away, start stream. I'm yelling into the microphone. So we're jumping right into this. Anybody's catching this? We're starting a little late today. Oh, actually, we're not that late. Wow. Um, you can catch all the past episodes of our hijinks and craziness and insaneness on the YouTube side of things. There's links. There's a link down on the Twitch below to get there. If you have a problem with this, please let me know. Give the videos a like, comment, yell at Mercer, which is Overload. Pick one of them.
Always, yeah.
We're gonna pick on Mercer this time.
Don't worry, I'm used to it.
And yes, you can find all the links down below for a lot of these jokers, as well as in the YouTube side of it as well. And you can check out Swerve's Bar podcast, which is in there, and they do Transformer D&D type stuff, as well as they talk about a lot of Transformers in general. Actually, I just listened to or did an overview of The Last Bot or something like that. Interesting. Vol Rodimus. I just didn't know that. So, all right. I'm assuming you. Yeah, I'm assuming you bots are ready for this. Because,
Define ready.
well,
Ready as it can be, as I just experienced a cutout.
Oh no. One of our players may disappear on and off because he's got a very bad microphone headset thingy going on.
All that means is I just gotta swap on over to my phone.
His interdimensional, whatever communication system is not functioning properly, sirs. Could you please fix that? So, where we left you get all was on the station. The Black Station, specifically. Void Striker was getting a lovely bath from Addie. Cut to black. Overload and Howler were last hanging the head of the one xenomorph on the wall. Howler went to rest, being shown one of the rooms where he could charge up and feel a little better later on, and maybe his body will repair any damages he's gotten. Gilgamesh visited Sky and Widow, who were in the med bay, and they discussed a lot of things. And after a point, Kiara, I can't talk. Kiara took the information that was given to her and has, with Verish's help, been decoding and looking at a lot of information, and they're trying to decipher a lot of stuff. Well, Gilgamesh and Sky and Widow kind of had their little meeting about things. After a point, Sky decided to want to maybe explore the base a little bit, the station itself, and maybe talk with everyone and kind of feel a little less on guard all the time, since she's been running most of her life now. We will catch up with Gilgamesh. What are you currently doing with Carbine? We last left you. Where did we last leave you at? Were you still in the med bay, or were you headed to another section?
Yeah, our conversation more or less wrapped up. So, yeah, we would have swung by the med bay to just check on things, and then would have probably gone to go recharge a little bit and meditate upon the day.
All right. Are you going to any particular place to meditate, or are you doing this in your quarters? You can use the training room too if you needed to for that.
Yeah, I think just for this one, he's going to be using the training room with Carbine.
You guys have walked in the room. You see it reconfigures itself to much more peaceful state, is what I'm going to say. You can feel the room's vibe changes because the walls, everything kind of shift around a little bit. It literally transforms that you have a much more comfortable space during this time when nobody else is there using it. It changes to what you will need it to. Kind of like a room of requirement or something. Requirement. Carbine kind of hops down. She transforms into her bot form, though. And you see her kind of moving, like kind of pacing a little bit first before she settles down. She sits down and she kind of is kind of not sitting directly in front of you, but off to your one side. And she's not sitting in exactly the same position. It seems like she's aimed in a specific direction. As you see her optics kind of close and shut down, but you know she's still online. She's just sitting there calmly. The room is quiet. I need you to roll a perception check for me.
Perception.
I know yours is pretty high most of the time. You
Not
don't?
this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a wow. Okay.
It's only a 9.
Ooh, there was some interesting dice too. I saw. Sorry, that just got me excited for a moment. I was like, oh wait, I saw these dice, but no. You're sitting there. You're you're kind of settling into your trance state. Carbine has kind of done the same thing. You guys don't hear or notice somebody else has come into the room. You don't even feel anything. It's pretty quiet. Carbine's just kind of sitting there. Give me a second. Where'd that dice roll to? Oh, crap. Did it roll under? Did it roll on the floor? I had another dice here and I was playing with it. Screw it. Oh, she doesn't even see anything. Doesn't pick up anything. God. Rolls are sucking today. You kind of feel a light tap on your shoulder. Like tap tap.
He's gonna just slowly turn and look up to whoever's tapping on his shoulder.
You see Sky standing there. And she's taking a few steps back, like, hope I'm not interrupting. Would you mind if she's kind of like, you see her a little differently. She goes, are you meditating?
Yes.
Would you mind if I joined you?
Not at all.
Carbine,
There's plenty of room for us in here.
I won't even have you roll for perception, but you can see one of Carbine's optics is open and kind of looking at you, looking at her, like, and then closes. She just goes right back to meditating. She's in her own zone, but she's listening. It's like you can see her little tufts still moving a little bit, like she's listening. But you see Sky kind of take up a position. She takes up a similar positioning to your meditation. She kind of looks at you, but you see her hands are in almost like the tips of her fingers are interlocked with each other, and she kind of just puts her hands palm up as she sits down. And you see her take her hands and unlock them, and she removes her swords and everything that she's carrying, and she sets them off to the side very methodically, and then she puts her fingers back, and you can see her head just tip down and her optics closing and kind of powering off look, but you see her pulsing start to change a bit, like it's slowing down, like she's breathing in and out. And it's kind of the same thing for your look. Your body would slow down. You can see it even on Carbine. Her purplish color pulses, and you notice that they start to almost sync up as they're doing this. And she's sitting there very calm, very still. The room's atmosphere kind of feels different as this happens. Artemis isn't with her, so Artemis is probably around and about, checking things
would
out.
I immediately recognize that something that she's doing is actually starting to change the atmosphere of the room?
Roll me perception. See how well you're going to see this.
Come on. I gotta...
Yeah, I know. Come on. I'm like, come on, rolls. Oh, yes. You notice this is something similar when you and Carbine will do it, but usually it doesn't affect the room the same way. It's possibly because there's more than two of you doing this exactly at the same time. But she's just very calm. She's more relaxed. You see all these little details on her that it is Sky. But again, it's not the same Sky. And she's just sitting there, and Carbine kind of opens her optics for a moment, and she looks at you, and she looks back at her, who's just about across from Carbine. Sorry, my nose is speaking. And Carbine, in your head, you can go, I swear she's talking to me. Or at least we're communicating differently. She's kind of confused. Carbine's just kind of really confused about this situation. It's very calming, but chaotic. And you see Carbine kind of move a little bit, like lean forward and looking at Sky. And then she sits back a bit and she goes, chaotic, not here, there. And she's like, do you understand what I mean? Because this is very confusing to my head. And she's kind of gesturing. And she's just talking in the ESP thing. She's just talking to you that way. And she's making gestures.
Hello?
Oh, you there?
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm starting to have internet issues.
Oh, no!
Go figure.
One's got microphone problem, one's got internet problem. Baja, what do you got?
We've...
What?
He's got
We
a
got one person
carrying issue.
with mic issues. One has to deal with internet issues. What's your issue?
What's your issue, Bob?
ADHD.
Yeah, he's just distracted.
Damn, that's a pretty big issue.
Alright, so you gotta repeat what happened. I
So
missed...
Carbine right now she's doing this, she's talking to you through telepathy. She's kind of gesturing things like, it's not chaos here, but there. It's calm here, not there. And
So
she's
was he hearing any of this?
it's Carbine talking to you through telepathy, saying that to you. Because it's very confusing. I don't understand. She's kind of like, it's only when I'm meditating that this is happening, and I've never had it happen. So is this something I'm supposed to... Is this normal? Is she... Because she's not used to it.
Well, It's hard to say what is normal, especially when we're dealing with a different universe.
And she looks at you like, hands up. Yeah, this is. I'm gonna go try and meditate, and it's almost like she's sharing or something. I don't know. I'm gonna just go back to it. And she's kind of like, okay. And you see her redo her pose, and she just. And her pulsing's a little fast, Carbine's is, but it slows down again. And you start to see the pulsing start to almost match pace with Sky's. And it's very slow, methodical. Just keeps going. You don't see either of them moving, but you get the sense that Carbine's kind of feeling not scared but confused about some things. But she's not saying anything to you. You just feel it. Dang it.
I'm sending like reassuring vibes to her. Just it may be confusing, but you know, being a scientist, that she should be at least curious about and have kind of a need to understand is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and she's just really confused because it's like she is in her meditative state, but it's almost like she's in Sky's meditative state as well, because the way they're pulsing together at the exact same time. After a moment, you see Carbine's eyes just, her optics just open, like, okay, that's weird. And she stops talking in your head. She just starts speaking out, but she stands up. With you sitting down, you're still way taller than her, but she kind of comes over to you quietly. She goes, I think she can communicate this way as well, but it's almost like she is dealing with inner issues. I could see, I'm assuming it was Cybertron, and then a big portal for a moment, and then I was somewhere else. But I don't think it was me, because I don't ever remember being anywhere like this.
He will ask her telepathically, is this similar to the mindscape that you and I share when we train together?
And she kind of turns suddenly to, and she says it out loud. Yes. I didn't put that together. I should have. But it's kind of like that, but it's how do you put it? Chaos, erratic. It's like maybe she's trying to put things together or figure things out. And she's making gestures with her hands like puzzle pieces.
He nods. And again, he's saying this to her telepathically.
No, I like
Yes,
the blah, 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 blah thing.
Yeah, I'm struggling too. No, I was gonna say to her, I'm wondering if you could help me enter into her mindscape.
I can. I mean, you can too, I think. I'm not sure. I'll help, though. And she kind of just sits down.
It would be best if there's an intermediary in case something unexpected happens.
As you see, Carbine goes, yes. And she kind of sits down, but she's a little closer to you this time. And she resumes her pose, and she just looks at you. Okay, I think I'm about ready to do this. I've never been like this before, but I'm willing. Science, right? She kind of does that nervously. As you guys do, you see the door open and you see Artemis walk in, though, right before you start. And she kind of slowly walks over. And she's looking at all of you. And you see her. She's much smaller than Carbine. She's not as small as the little one, though. The little one is still smaller than all of them. And you see this whitish bot with a similar coloring of her just kind of walking up, just looking curiously. And then she kind of tilts her head, and you see the owl look from her, and she just kind of curiously blinks a few times.
So what he's gonna see is that Gilgamesh is kneeled down in front of Sky in a meditative position, just across from her, from about a few feet. And Carbine's gonna kind of like be sitting somewhere like either to the left or to the right, like somewhere kind of in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Artemis is just seeing this, though, and she's just puzzled at first. And then she kind of, oh, this explains a lot. I was wondering why she was feeling so calm, but he's also a little well, she's a mess up there. And she kind of does a gesture with her finger like she's screwy in the head. But she goes, yeah, her circuits and memories are kind of. Shockwave did a lot to her. So I've been working with her to kind of help. But I don't know how much I've done. She at least didn't kill you on sight.
Gilgamesh just kind of looks at her just a little bit concerned by that. I'm actually a bit more concerned that he did something a little more lingering.
You see her kind of walk up faster to you, and she puts her little hands on your leg because you're still much bigger. And she looks up. You think that too? I feel something, but I don't know what. And you can see her getting really nervous. Like that's the one thing
Artemis, with your permission, I would like to attempt to go into.
Uh-oh. Hang on, Dave. You cut out again. 3, 2. Dave, he's lost his mic again for a moment, or internet. You lose your mic if you do. He loses internet. Ugh.
Yeah.
There you
Well,
are.
I swapped
There you
the
are.
mic, so now my phone.
Yeah. Oh,
Thing
okay.
is, like it knocks out for like 10 seconds and then just comes back.
That's weird. But Artemis, Artemis kind of looks up at you and goes, "Yes, I can help you. I'll try. I'll help." She saved me. I was in her feral state when she escaped. She stopped and saved me. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here. I'd probably be something else. I want to help her.
Total.
And so she kind of sits down, kind of similar to you guys. She goes, I never really meditated very well. I kind of just sit up on a tree and close my eyes.
This isn't going to be in a typical meditation.
Oh.
And he's looking to Artemis and Carbine. The two of you will be assisting me as we do a dive into her mindscape in an attempt to calm her thoughts and to help her sort through these particular issues.
Okay. And you see her kind of eagerly. She'll sit down and try and mimic the way you guys are sitting.
He raises his hand though to Artemis, but understand that there may be something lingering somewhere deep in her subconscious that Shockwave left behind. You have to be ready for any situation to arise, including something dangerous.
Okay. Okay. And Carbine kind of reassures, if anything, you stay close to me as much as possible. We'll get out of that. We'll get you out. And Artemis kind of like does a cheesy winged thumb up. Like, okay, real nervous. So she starts to close her optics. Carbine's like, just kind of, you hear some beeping between the two of them for a moment, and you see Artemis suddenly relax a little bit. Her wings and everything, the feathering around her body. She's not in her bird form. She's just there in her form. You can see her feathers kind of flex out and in. You see each of the feathers like it's a fiber optic pulsing, like a wave down her. It's very soft, very subtle. And you can see her closing her eye optics, but you notice her pulsing is not the same as, like right now, Carbine, you can see her pulsing, and Sky's are about the same. Hers is still, and you see her optics pop open, and she goes, I can't do it like this. And you see her stand up. I can't do it like this. It's just not the way I've done it before.
You're too tense.
And
You're trying to force a connection rather than let one naturally occur.
well, yeah.
Relax.
And she's getting a little agitated. And she goes, "Wait a minute. Let me do it my way. I can do it that way." And she hops up into the air, and you see her flip, and she transforms into her little her snowy owl bird form, and she flies up a little bit and around the room, and she comes down, and she kind of lands gently right on your shoulder. You barely feel her land, and you just feel her just kind of land there, and she goes, and all of a sudden she just calms down, and you can feel and see her lighting start to slowly calm down, and her wings span out, and then it's like she's taking a deep breath, and then she calms down, and you see her eyes close, and then you see the pulsing slow, and it starts to slowly match as well. You just feel this calmness now in this room. Do you want to join them?
Yep. Now that they're both ready to go, he's ready to enter.
All right. For the moment, while you're joining them, we're going to jump over to Void Striker. What are you doing with Addie right now?
Yes.
Keep it TOS.
I was about to ask how quickly does it want to be banned.
Keep it
Oh,
TOS.
God. Hang on, where's the beat button? Where's the beat button? Dang it, where's the beat button? No. I'm assuming Addie is probably finishing buffing you up, and then I'm not meaning that in the wrong way. I'm just saying, like, literally, she's polishing you, making you shine up again, and cleaned out. So, and all you hear is this, and it's a buffer.
Well, Void Striker wasn't really that shiny to begin with, so...
Well, now you are. She's buffing you up. She gave you a little turtle wax, too, with the help of Drift. She's sitting there. You guys are sitting there for a moment, and she's like, "So, what did you get into that was so nasty?"
A biological.
You said biological, but something tells me it was something a little nastier.
I have an image recording if you want to see it.
Yes, please. And she kind of jumps forward, like eager to see it. It's like,
I will play the image recording of the Xenomorph Queen.
she's looking at this image. Wait. Can you rewind that and play that back?
No, what did they say? 4?
And so she's viewing this image of this massive creature, and she's looking at it. She goes, wait, okay, pause. And what is this? And she's gesturing to the different parts of it, and she goes, this thing looks like it's a combination of many species, but without a DNA, and like it's DNA, we can't do anything.
With that, I'm plopping the head of the smaller one on the table that I still have on me.
And she kind of like, ew, wait, what is that? That's the smaller version? And she kind of pokes it with a couple of probes, and she's like, and she kind of sticks it on one of them and lifts it up a little bit. Fascinating. And she takes it, and you see her walk over to one of the microscopes, and she's glad Micron's not in here. He'd probably be fascinated by this. I get first dibs.
Acidic blood.
Oh, lovely. Well, it just so happens you, and she grins at you, have stuff that was resistant. And she sets it in a petri dish kind of looking thing. And you see her slide it under this microscope device, but she pulls it up on a monitor so you can both see it. She goes, interesting. You see the teeth. She starts pointing out the general looks of it. She goes, magnify 100, and you see it zooms in and gets closer. And she's like, magnify another 100, and you see it. She goes, wait a minute. Run analysis on the sample, and you see it start to scan, and it comes back on another monitor right next to it. Excuse me. This is not normal. Wait a minute. This is, the cells here are not. And she goes, cross sample current database. And you see the database start to work. Now, this is your database, which is much more immense than the standard Cybertron database. And you can see it. She goes, that might take a little bit.
Yes, I primarily recovered the head because this acidic blood could be quite useful in the medical field as well as weaponry.
And she takes a piece of metal, and she goes, yeah, and she takes a drop, and it drops right back into the dish. And she goes, and she holds up the plate, and she goes, yeah, very effective. And she looks through the tiny hole at you and going, we're going to have to be really careful with this stuff. We might have to set up a special section of the lab to contain it.
First thing I was going to develop would be a chemical compound to contradict the acidic nature of the blood.
That would be very advisable. Because if you guys get this on you...
I was absolutely covered in that. I'm lucky I'm highly acid resistant.
Yeah, and she kind of reaches over. She's not even looking. She kind of taps you, but then she starts, like, rubbing you instead. Yeah, you are. And she realizes, she's like, I don't want to touch you that much if you got that stuff on you. But she goes, we'll have to do something about this. But we can weaponize it, but also we could use it for some other properties. I'll have to think about it. But what were you thinking for using it for exactly? Grenade?
It'd be great for a breaching tool. Of course, to understand what it could breach through, we must also understand what materials it physically won't melt.
Because we could devise a device that would almost act like a welder, but this stuff, as fast as it went through this metal plate, and she holds it up again and points to it, it'd be faster than any cutter we have. We might be able to turn this into
You wouldn't even need that much. You'd even probably only need a drop to rip through a door.
Well, we could turn it into a paste almost like material where you could throw it out at something and it would start to eat through it almost instantly.
But you run the risk of it destroying the rest of the facility, so if we do that, we need to create nanomachines to be put into the paste for it to self-destruct afterwards.
Well, that's the thing. We can make it self-destruct if we design it that way. So I'll get to work
Another
on
way
it.
to use the weapon, it as a weapon, is to have it as a syringe form and directly inject into the enemy.
She just turns to you and you see one of her eyebrows looking at you. It's like she just lifts it up and just slowly turns. That is so ingenious. And she sounds kind of evil saying it. And he's just kind of like looking at you like, very inventive. We could make it into darts that would do that too. So if you hit an enemy at a distance, you could take them down without
I'd rather
any
not use
chemicals.
it as a ranged weapon. It is too unpredictable, and where it might land, collateral damage would be too big should you miss. A hidden melee weapon would be more suffice.
We can do that. It makes more sense. It'd be safer. We don't want anybody else getting hurt by this. And she's looking around and she goes, if this is this, I wish we had another sample or something that we could get from. And do more comparison.
I believe Overload has the head of the Queen.
She just turns to you. Why didn't you say that? I'm going to be right back. Where's he at? Hang on, never mind. I've got this. He pulls up a little arm console. Oh, he's in the rec area. I'll be right back. And she immediately walks out, doesn't say a bloody word to you after that. She just goes out the door. You see her grab like some kind of syringe and some other tools as she goes. That she's out the door. It's just and she's gone. So you're left there with the machine running.
But by the way, out of character, I would like to point out I'm effectively now making a weapon that makes the Rust Plague guns look tame.
Yeah. You guys haven't even really come across that yet. Because I'm like...
you don't really feel much with the Rust Plague. It's like incredible pain for like 0.5 seconds. This is going to be slow and painful.
Yeah, it will do... I will tell you, it's going to do a lot of damage. I've already started working on how it will work. And how much it will do. I'm working on...
left.
Yeah, there's not going to be too much there.
Let me guess, it's one of those weapons, one use per session?
It will be pretty much, yes, because the amount you're going to be able to produce is not going to be very fast and a lot. So
don't you already have enough one-hit kill bullshit?
Yeah, but it's going to be one of those. It's going to be a lot harder to use.
There is no such thing as overkill.
Oh, we're going to incorporate it into your body, so when you scratch somebody, it'll instantly start melting them.
Hidden venom glands in the claws.
Oh, God. I gotta shut my mouth when I do these things. No, you're left in the lab.
That's what I was honestly thinking as a hidden weapon. Just have the injector hidden in my claws.
You could. You gotta be careful with it, and that's somebody else afterwards. Hey, wait, no handshakes here. No, you're left alone though right now in the lab. Is there anything else you want to do while you're in there?
I would like to start designing an upgraded armor for Gilgamesh.
All right. Let's see.
Aren't you also working on a little saber for Carbine?
That's just remaking one I've already made before.
I won't even have you roll for that. We'll just say that's done over a little
she's
time.
She's been really wanting her own.
So,
because once I remake it, it's just she can come back to me at any point for any upgrade she wants to it. Because remember, that is being implemented into a little saber. Because remember, it's got the hidden gun in it.
I'm trying to think of what that reminds me of again. So, but you're in the lab. You're going to start creating armor for Gilgamesh. I'm assuming it's got to be lightweight but durable. Very
Yes.
built for somebody of great stealth. I'm trying to think.
I would like to try and make armor with like light reflectors, but I don't think I can do that currently. So
Well, you can build the armor first. That would be more of an upgrade afterwards, at some point.
yeah,
So
I'd have to tinker with the technology probably before I can implement it.
as you're about to start, you see Drift kind of walking in. He's not even paying attention. He's looking at a tablet of some sort that he has. That he's looking. You can see him like doing something with his finger, like he's redesigning or something. And he's not even paying attention to you. He's just kind of walking through. And it's the same door that Addy just went out. He came through, and he's kind of going through to another section of the lab. Specifically one where he's working on rebuilding something hammer style, slowly. And he's not saying anything. He's just kind of walking through. You just see him ching, 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 as he walks through quietly.
He's got his things doing. I got
Yeah.
my things I'm doing.
He's just you just see him you see this little bot just wandering back and forth like he's doing something, and you see him designing. It looks like you could see something on the tablet, like he was doing something with it. So as you're sitting there, you start to work on this armor. I'm trying to think what do I want to have you roll to start it? God, I'm just thinking. What do you have for
I've got my smith tools I can use.
Yeah, let's start with that. You got what else do you have again? God, I can't remember what you got. Okay, you're done. No, I'm kidding. What part are you starting to work on first off? Is it the chest piece?
Specifically the legs, because I want to try and make the footsteps, if when this armor is equipped to him, to make as little noise as possible.
Literally a sneaker too. Oh, sorry. Okay, stop. So you start to work on these. You can see they start to meld and mesh as you start to work on them. Your little tools and everything in your hands are just as you start. And it's very subtle and very quiet as you're doing this because it's such small, meticulous things. All you hear is little zaps and zips every once in a while, but nothing major as you start designing these. Roll me a D20, just a straight D20. I want to see something.
Just a straight D20?
Yep.
Alright.
Within about, 5 minutes, you are done making this armored plating that, it's not even plating, it looks like a mesh material. And it's very flexible, but it's every time you move it with your fingers and touch it, it's almost like you see it moving. You should hear fabric or something move, like you're touching something, but it's very, in a sense, soft sound. You barely hear anything. Your audio receptors you can crank them all the way up. You're barely hearing anything, and you're right next to it.
Exactly what I'm after.
All right, so those are done. What other pieces would you like to work on?
The chest piece. I want to make it as protective as possible, but light enough that it's not going to hamper the movement.
All right, roll me another Smith tools for it, because you're working in a different part. Holy shit! Roll me a D20 now. Damn it!
Gotta love having expertise in tools, don't you?
So this is
gonna take me a bit to make.
Yeah, this is going to take you a bit because
that's me with my stealth tools. So
yeah, but this is a bigger piece, so you're going to make it meticulous. This will blend right into his current form as well. You'll notice it's detailed more, so it's going to take you a lot longer. It's going to take you some time to build this part of it. So while you're doing that, we're going to jump over to Overload real quick and see what Overload wants to do right now. If he wants to go drop in on the meditation session. No. I don't even know how that would work for you. Overload!
I have a lot of issues.
Don't add to
Would
the
you like
pile.
a tissue for your issues?
I feel like if I went to go join the meditation, and they're doing fucking breathing in, breathing out, I'd be the one screaming in pain.
Insert the video from the
Maybe you
Grinch
need to go
doing
to
yoga.
medical and get that fixed.
Oh God!
I'm literally the Grinch in the yoga fucking situation.
Agents is with you, and he's kind of like, well, we could go, do some training if you want, or, something. He's kind of like, I don't do meditation.
The Transformers chat, by the way.
I'm gonna be looking at the head that we propped up and seeing if it's aligned correctly.
Agents has kind of got his head turned. I think it's a little crooked still.
Is it?
And he's still got his head. I don't know. I'm not sure. He's still looking at it to his head tip.
Didn't it get nicked by Kiara?
Well, I mean, I'm
trying to remember.
There, so if anything, she's probably gonna. Oh no, she told us to like it's tilted a certain way, and then we fixed that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she told you to tip. But he just is like, it still looks tipped to me, and it's because his head's tilted. He's not really paying attention. He's just sitting there on your shoulder, like, it still looks crooked to me. I need to make a roll real quick again. I'm going to pull out another dice because I'm getting irritated by this die. Come on, give me the dice. I need that. No. I want to use the other one. Bite me. Where are you going? Ooh, that one rolls better too. It makes sound. All right, cool. All right. This one does. The other one was, for some reason, it's really quiet, and I don't like it. So these two do. Yeah, good. I like that. There we go. I want to make sure. I'm like, But Aegis is kind of looking around. He goes, "Hey, how's your bot form, dino form thing working for you so far?" He's more curious now
besides from my internal issues I'm still dealing with, at least with the bot form, it seems like I'm doing fine. Granted, if I probably take too much damage, then that might be a different story.
Well, kind of glad you're in control of it. As he's saying that, he goes, "Oh God, one of those things is in here," and he sees the scraplet kind of walking along, and it kind of goes through a little doorway and disappears. He's like, "I know they're not bad ones, but." You see him. You can feel his talons tighten up on you, and he's kind of freaking out a little bit.
It should be fine. They're seemingly docile.
Yeah, docile.
But,
like,
But I should probably check in with the others and see what they're doing.
Yeah, as long as we're getting away from those.
Some new ideas.
As you are about to turn, you suddenly get a little beep 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 on your console on your arm. Your personal communication.
Overload speaking.
Overload? Is it you? You sound a little different. It's Ash. Hi, I'm just checking in with you guys. It's been Prometheus and I have been listening to a lot of chatter out here We're staying away from everybody as much as possible. We don't. Oh, Prometheus is healing up a lot thanks to your friend and that. But you guys, I think, have stirred up a lot of things. There's a lot of communications rattling about ships being attacked a bit more out further. Just checking in with you. Yeah, they're more of the strange. And she kind of, I'll hang on. I'm sending you over, and you get a little image. You can blow it up, and Aegis is looking over your arm. And he goes, "Hey, that looks like one of those things that attacked us. You know, that seeker-looking thing you called it, or whoever it was." He's just kind of like blowing it up, like. And she goes, "Yeah, there was. It's a blurry picture, but this is what somebody has sent. We're intercepting some of these communications. There's some unusual chatter coming from the voided area. I think it's coming from that location, but it sounds like they're communicating with somebody or units. And it sounds like more like units that are flying about a little more. I don't know what you guys have done, but there's a lot of activity going on."
Interesting. I'll pass this message onwards to the others and get their opinions on it as well.
Okay, Overload. It's good to talk to you again, even though it's this kind of stuff. How are you doing? Out of the blue.
Well, I've been dealing with the new bot that I have, which I have it under control, seemingly for the time being.
Oh, so wait, so you have another form?
Yes. Well, it's the beast form that I got from you.
So you were able to control that form, right? She's just kind of more like nervous about it.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to attack allies unless I'm probably heavily damaged, but that might be a different story.
Oh, okay, that's good. I was worried that you might eventually, because from my understanding, it would take a lot of control to do. So I'm really glad you haven't bit anybody. Have you?
I'm like pondering to myself, like, have I without knowing?
He's like, okay, I'll take your silence as a no, I haven't bit anybody. Just anyway, I'm just teasing you. You can hear it. I'm just teasing you. I know you've got it under control. I'm just glad I didn't hurt you. I really didn't want to cause you any more problems or hurt you. But I am still getting used to my new form here. I hope I don't have to use the other one yet. Supposedly I can change into his head and have a certain amount of control that way.
Let's see.
But we're kind of staying as quiet as we can and out of sight. We're trying to stay kind of in a blind spot of scanners right now. You guys are probably about the only ones who know exactly where we're at. But I'm going to get back to monitoring some things. I've got to do some more repairs in some certain spots of Prometheus. And you kind of hear the booming voice of Prometheus. "Hello, Overload." Just kind of boom over your comms. And it's like, sorry. But he's, you can see he's saying hi. But yeah, we're seeing a lot more activity. So we'll try and keep in touch, right?
Indeed, we will. Especially
Okay.
if, since you got this information, we might be speaking a bit sooner than later as well.
Okay. Prometheus says that you know, if you guys need to get here to a specific spot, he's got the space bridge on him that you can jump through to him. So
that is mighty handy. And
Ye-
if we must, we might use it.
I'll make sure it's operational fully. It seems like it is, but I need to go check on it physically and see if everything's okay. But I'll talk to you again soon, I hope.
Indeed, we will.
I mean,
It
I
was
was,
nice getting to you again.
yeah, I mean, I was in your head for a while. Sorry, bad joke. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Just cuts comms awkwardly. Aegis is just kind of sitting there like, we got a lot more activity. It seems like things are escalating.
Yes, it is. As I'll go ahead and start contacting the other two to gather around. I've gotten some new information from Ash. It's probably best we discuss it soon.
Very well, I'm in the middle of some delicate work. I can't exactly leave it.
Gilgamesh won't pick it up right away because he's in a meditative state, unless he is awoken in a sense from it. So for Gilgamesh, can you roll me? Actually, just roll me a perception check on it. I want to see if you even would hint on this or pick it up.
10.
You kind of feel something as you're in your meditative state, but nothing kind of enough
It
to
doesn't jar me awake.
Yeah, it won't jar you out of that state. You're kind of floating into your state right now, and so for you, Overload and Void Striker, you guys aren't getting really response, but you know where they're at, and you know they must be either doing something that they can't communicate. Wow, that sounded really wrong the way I just said it too in my head. Yeah.
All right.
Let me rephrase that.
You thought I was the only one.
You know,
Hey, you guys thought I was
training.
the only one getting a rub down.
Yeah, I said that, and I was realizing how I said that. Let me rephrase that. You're assuming they're in some kind of training right now that they can't communicate right now. There we go. Okay. Shut up.
All right. Well, if the work you're currently doing is sensitive and it seems Gilgamesh might be busy with something, I'll head to you and then we can catch him up to speed.
So as you two are going to meet up, we're going to flip back over to Gilgamesh with the other three. Now, Gilgamesh, you are floating into this fate. Oops, I just did something on my screen and I don't know how I did it. Oops, I did not do that on purpose. You start to feel this moment where you're kind of floating. But it feels like you're falling for a moment. You see stuff flying by you, but you're very calm. It's not agitating or anything. It's just things are kind of very quietly floating by. Like it's almost like you're going through moments and spaces. You start to see as you suddenly stop, kind of. You see two little bots kind of standing ahead of you. They're kind of back. They have their back to you for the moment. They don't know you're there. They're kind of, you hear them beeping between each other, and you know it's Carbine and Artemis. Mm-hmm. They don't know you're there yet, though. They just know they're just standing there in this kind of glass floor open state area. It's not dark-ish. It's kind of bright. But it's like a constant setting sun. So you're in dusk kind of feeling. But there's light. And you just hear them beeping away at each other, and you see them like their hands are moving, and like they're just talking to each other.
Janex, for your thoughts.
And you see them both jump. And Carbine's like, oh, okay. Outside of this, that wouldn't have bothered me. In here, it's a little weird because... And Artemis is like, weird is an understatement at times. I see you made it though. And she looks up at you, little bright blue eyes staring at you, and blinks a few times because they look like owl's eyes almost. And she just kind of blinks at you a few times, but this is kind of a starting point. And she kind of looks around slowly. It's very
starting point.
Yes. Whenever I would come in, I wouldn't go directly in because it was too let's just say across the way when you go up those set of steps, and she's pointing to a kind of a door that oddly shaped. It almost looks like a sideways, like the diamond shape of a door. So it's a little lopsided a little bit, but it's a doorway. And she goes, yeah, that's actually where we need to go. This is just outside of it. Well, outside of her head. And she kind of does this funny gesture.
So that's where we need to go then, huh?
Yes, but I can only go.
Immediately start walking forward.
And Artemis kind of starts running to catch up with you, and she goes, but I can only seem to get so far. And as you try to start to take a few steps forward, you feel yourself suddenly kind of slide backwards. And you see Artemis doesn't move. He's still standing there, and so does Carbine. And Carbine's like, what is going on, Artemis? She goes, that kind of happens if you don't follow the one who can go in. Not go in. How do I put that? A little more in sync. And she points toward Carbine. And she goes, I am in sync so far. That's why I was saying he has to kind of follow you or me in. So you literally are kind of right behind them for the moment. And she goes, if you try and take a step forward too far, it slides you back behind us. We're kind of like, how do I describe this? In her mind, you have to be like a key. You have to have the key to get in. And she goes, see, like, I can go forward without Carbine. You can follow up to where I'm at. I don't know what's going to happen after the doorway, though. Because I've never had anybody else in here. And she's nervous, like, and it's you. And she's pointing toward you, Gilgamesh. She might react to you. I don't know.
Well, I'm not too worried about physical damage. I do have a series of firewalls to help protect my mind. But, nonetheless, we don't know what's going to be on the other side of that, but that's not going to stop me anyway.
She goes,
if I need you to be my guide, then...
And she goes, I got an idea. She flips up, transforms her little snowy owl form. She lands up on your shoulder. Let's try this. And she has you take a few steps past Carbine. Oh, it does work. I guess as long as I'm on you, you can go further. For now. He goes, you'll see what I mean. And Carbine kind of takes a few steps forward with you guys, and she goes, so we're in Sky's mind? Artemis, how far can she go into meditation?
This goes a bit deeper than just a simple meditation, Carbine. This is a deep layer of her subconscious.
Yes. Just seems a little unusual to be this in state. Artemis hasn't answered the question, though. She's just kind of quiet about it. And you guys start to walk up the steps, get close to the door, and she goes, and she waves her wing. and the door suddenly opens, and you see it split in like 4 or 5, 6 maybe directions because the way it splits. And it opens up to almost like a bright white space. It's just all white. And she goes, yeah, you just go down this hallway. You don't see a hallway. Neither does Carbine. She just sees white. Carbine walks forward and she kind of puts her foot down. She goes, huh. She goes, it just looks like a white room. And she takes a right into a wall. And she backs up and she kind of rubs her face. You said hall, right, Artemis? And she's like, yeah, it's pretty bright in here. You might have to adjust your optics. And Carbine's just rubbing her nose. Okay. You see down the hallway, as your optics adjust, you start to see the walls and the outlines.
And you're able to take us further in, Artemis?
Yes. I can go so far. So far, this looks the same. And she goes, sometimes the memory is different ahead. As you guys approach what looks like a wall, it kind of shuffles. It's almost like rooms moving. She goes, oh, just wait a moment. If you step in it now, you're going to get thrown, and it's not fun. Speaking from experience. And Carbine just kind of leaning a little bit forward, trying to see around. She goes, this thing is... And you see it almost looks like a ball that is just rotating these memories, and it stops at one. And it's memories of her training with somebody who you guys don't really recognize them. But you swear it looks like it could be almost like maybe one of the council members, one of the other guild members, maybe. It's hard to identify him at first. And even Carbine kind of looks at it. If you can do a perception check now. I'm going to have Carbine do the same to help you, even if you do have advantage with her. And you have Artemis on your shoulder. Oh, you don't even need anybody's help. Screw you then. Okay, whatever. No, but you notice... Wait a minute. That looks like Tog? The archive? And Carbine's like... She's squinting with her optics. Huh? No, this guy's fatter. That can't be him. Just like realizing what she said. No disrespect meant with that. But are you sure that looks like him? And Artemis is like, who is that? This one's not Tog, if that's who you're talking about. She only refers to him as Master. That's the only thing. I don't know his actual name. And you see Carbine take a few steps forward to get a closer look, and she goes, oh. And you see Sky is doing some elaborate flipping and sword fight with this training that she's doing. It's not in her current form that you've seen her now. It's the form you know before she was changed. And she's more athletic, much more trained here to a point, but you can tell she's not fully trained. He's still teaching her a lot of what you learned even. But some of it's a bit different. You can hear her like grunting, groaning, moving, trying to really push herself.
So, just a quick question. In this little training montage I'm witnessing of her, is she using 2 swords or 1?
She is actually using a sword and a shorter form sword. So she is using 2, but they're not both the same length.
Okay.
You can't hear fully what they're saying because they're really just, you can see he's mouthing certain things. You can kind of get the idea he's shouting to her what to do, what she needs to do, kind of keep her in focus. You need to stay focused. You need to keep on the alert, keep moving. She's doing fairly well. She gets to a point, she slips up and falls and lands because her arm communicator, you see it flashing. And you see the master just shaking his head like, too many distractions is what you hear. And you see her get up and you see her face and you see her holding the swords and you see her like bowing and she apologizes. I'm sorry, master. I do apologize. I am a bit overdue to check in with a very close friend. And she kind of, you could tell she's like, her eyes giving certain things away. And you see the master kind of like tap with the staff that he has, that he was using to defend himself with. Not a sword, a staff. He taps her arm console. These kind of distractions can be a problem. And also a bigger problem. People will exploit your weaknesses. And he keeps tapping lightly where the console is beeping and flashing. I know, master. I am sorry. I will silence it. And he kind of stops tapping on it solidly. Not the kind of distractions I am talking about. And then you suddenly, the carbine kind of starts to feel the floor move, and she takes steps back into the space where you're standing, and the memory shifts again. And you come to a moment again. This time it stops. And she's getting to what looks like she's kind of hopping through spaces, jumping across rooftops. And she suddenly gets to what looks like a vent. And she opens it and she climbs in. You guys are just kind of following along in this moment. As she slides down the vent, she comes to another vent where she's looking through. You see you before you were changed, before you were even any of this. And you're sitting there doing some stuff, and you got your back to the vent. You can see what looks like some other bots in there that you recognize them. You know who they are. They're like old friends. But they're all facing a vid screen away from you while you're working on something. And you can see her push the vent quietly open, and she climbs down very quietly. And she comes up behind you, and she has the sword in her hand. She puts it to your neck real quick. You see you back up, and you could just see a grin go across your face, his face. I see you're getting much better at your stealth. And it's a different tone, different attitude, whole different look in a sense. But it is you. You can see it's you. And she kind of grins and laughs. Yeah, my training is doing a lot better. You didn't even hear me coming. He goes, yeah, I still heard you. Slide down the vent, you make a little too much noise. And she's like, I thought I would have had you fully, but why'd you let me get this far? And you see the memory, you see him just start to laugh. And the memory shifts again. And it shifts to a darker one. You see her standing over the same vent, but something's wrong. You see her jump down it, but this time with no subtlety, no nothing. Comes down. She pops into the room. She finds the three friends who were sitting on the couch, like sofa thing. Screens cracked. Energon blood across the walls and screen dripping down. Their heads missing. And she finds you, your body, hammered to the wall. Very similar to a situation where you guys found one of the triplets hammered to the floor of Phoenix. But this time your body was hanging up with a sword through the chest. And a note to her. Betray us again. But you know you didn't betray us. And it's a small note. This is from your friendly widow. We don't take kindly to you trying to steal his stuff. So we took something of yours. With interest. You can see in the moment it starts to shake and shimmer and shift, but it doesn't move. You feel Carbine, like one of her hands is holding onto your leg, and you feel her kind of just almost like she's about ready to pass out, but she's just holding on and kind of like, and you see her kind of turn and hold and put into your leg, like she's just got her head into your leg, and just, it's almost like she's hugging it, but she just doesn't want to see this. You see her reach up and rip the sword out and throw it to the ground, rip out each of the bolts with her bare hand. She just reaches up, and these things are in the wall deep, and she just rips them out in anger. She catches your body, lowers it down, and you hear your name. Your real name. And then the image literally rockets off, disappears. You see her at your memorial. You see things shift again. You see her wandering. She stopped, looks like doing trainings. She looks out of place. She goes, you see her wandering. You see her come back to your memorial again and again. And then one time she gets there. You suddenly feel yourself lurched forward from the safety of the hallway into this memory. Even Carbine's watching now, and she goes, "Oh, what's happening?" Artemis goes, "This is never been inside the memory itself like this." Gilgamesh, you can feel that you can actually move without Artemis or Carbine. You can see she's sitting there on her knees. You know she's crying. You can see the drops of energon falling. And it's almost like she's scratched tally marks of how many times she's been there. And there's a lot of them.
So this memory is open for me to walk into?
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You got it. Carbine kind of looks around. Is this Cybertron? It doesn't look like the Cybertron you described and I've seen. Like all the details I've seen Cybertron, but not like...
Because it's not our Cybertron.
This Cybertron, yeah, this Cybertron looks much more intact, but it's still darker looking. And you notice that the light from the star that's emitting is not the same as what you've seen on your Cybertron. It's a different star that's lighting everything up. But you can hear her crying. It's a little bit of an echo to it. Carbine kind of walks forward, and she stops and she stiffens up for a moment. She turns back. Artemis, we're not going to mess with her memory in here, right? Artemis, I don't know. I've never actually tried to interact. I've only watched. I mean, I did trip over some stuff one time. She didn't seem to react to me being here. So Carbine kind of walks over closer to her, and she kind of waves her hand and tries to touch her, but her hand passes through. And it's like, okay, scientific thing done. The memory, she can't tell I'm here. But she puts her hand to the wall, but she goes, I can touch the wall? And she goes, all these marks. And you can see it's similar to your guys' memorial, your Cybertron, but it's more open. You can see Cybertron in a different state as well. And Carbine kind of looks around. She goes, this is unusual. What are we doing here? Oh.
I'm not quite sure yet.
As you say that, you see Sky's body kind of, hello, is somebody there? And she's kneeled down, but she's looking around. Carbine's like right near her, and she's looking at her. It looks pretty. And very sad. And you see her get up. Hello? Somebody there? And she you see her start to kind of walk away cautiously, looking around. And she stops. Are you here? And you hear it echoing again.
He's gonna attempt to reach out and grab her shoulder.
I need you to roll. Have you roll for this? I forgot. Not a what is the list on them again? Shoot, I had it in my head. Give me a second. I have something. Fun.
I mean, I'm not trying to grapple her. Like, I'm just
No.
to, like,
It's not a
reach out
grapple. No, it's not to grapple or anything.
Wisdom?
Might be actually just it was something I had in mind for it. Because you're going to be interacting with her in a different way. I want you to do kind of more of just screw it. Let's do persuasion or perception. God, what did I say that?
It's one of the P's. Perception, performance, persuasion.
Yeah, that's like, just do that.
All right, perception.
Yep, hit it.
If I'm assisted, it's a 14.
Because you've got two others there helping you. But you reach out. You don't need extra assistance. You would have the advantage on this. You touch her shoulder. She jumps. Who's here? She can't see you. And you see her start to pull out one of her swords. And you can tell it's it's not one of the swords she currently has. It looks similar, but it's not the same. And she's slowly pulling it out, and you hear that shing. And she's looking around. She's not far from you. Like, you could touch her again, and she's right there. But she doesn't see you.
So instead of just like going in for like a simple like touch on the shoulder, like he's going to try to like rest his hand
Okay.
on her shoulder.
I'm gonna say you do, and I'm not gonna even have you roll for it. She stops, and you see her optics go wide as she's not looking at you, but she goes, and you see her hands start to shake on the sword. And she's slowly, her optics start to rise up. And she starts to look up at you. Because in this form, she's actually shorter. Just by a little bit. And you see her hands shaking. You can't be here. You can't be here. And she's looking right at you. She doesn't see Carbine or Artemis. She just sees you right now. You can't, who? You look. This can't be. And she drops her sword and she just starts screaming and she grabs her head. And suddenly, it's like you got all three of your whipped back to a point, like you're back in the hallway entryway, right where the memories start. And it suddenly, you see it flashing and flipping around really, really fast. Artemis is like, I've never interacted with a memory. I don't know what to do. And even Carbine's like, might not have been a good thing to do. Maybe. You seem to be able to react to her, or her react to you. And you just see this memory ball almost just going crazy. And it finally stops. You see the same memorial, but this time she's standing there and she has her hand on it. I wish you would give me a sign that you were here. Let me know you're okay. I'm sorry for everything. And she starts to fall to her knees. All of you see it. You don't need no perception for this at all. You see this part of the area around her rip open. And it's like things are being sucked in. You see these arms and things reach out, but then you see something very familiar kind of step out a little bit. You can make out the form of Shockwave. He looks pretty big, too. And he points. You don't know what he's saying because it's loud. And you see these arms reach out and grab her. She's trying to hold on. She pulls, and she has a hold of your memorial block in a sense, and pulls it up.
Question.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, but
No, go for it.
Does this shockwave look exactly like the one that we encountered on the desert world some time ago, or is this
you can't
does
tell?
This one have some variation to it?
If you want to make a perception check to see if you can see any detail, right now you're just seeing outline, and you know it's Shockwave by his outline. So go ahead.
Fuck. 12.
You only really see the outline of him. You know it's Shockwave because you see the one optic, and you see him standing there. And you see her getting pulled in as you can see her kind of hold on to your memorial block in her hand, this little thing that contains you, or him, in this block, and she's holding on for everything. And she's trying to hold on, and you can see her hand slips off, and she goes flying in, and you can kind of see the portal still open for a moment, and you see Shockwave kind of looking around. You know he's looking because you see that one bright optic looking around, and you see him gesture like something. And as you do, you see the whole memory just kind of black out. And then you start to feel it move again. You can see the shifting. This time it stops. And you guys, all three of you, feel yourself being pushed forward into this memory. You're inside a laboratory. You can see only kind of most of the like parts of the ceiling, some of the room around, because it's what she can see. She's strapped to a table. This looks awfully familiar to the labs you guys have found. You see a familiar liquid. Sorry, dog might start barking.
It's okay.
You also see a few other things that they look like samples, but you can't see a date on anything. You can't really. She's not looking there. She's watching this bot. You hear this. As you are standing there, Shockwave kind of passes over you and through you into the room because he's part of your memory. So as you get in there, you see more and more of this detail of him. You see something a little odd about this Shockwave. There looks like stuff's attached to his head in some form. And as you do, you see him lean down. Time to start the experiment. And he flips a few switches, and you start to see the tubes of liquid start to come down. They're very thin. They almost look like IV lines. And she's trying to fight to get out. She can't move. And he goes, you can see the liquid gets to the spot. And he goes, no. And he holds up a little tube for the final piece. And he drops this inside of a tube. Excuse me. That's attached to that IV, and he closes it back up, and it fills in the liquid. You see the liquid take this in and absorb it, but you see it kind of shift and change as it contacts with her. And she starts to kind of feel a little funny. You see her body tensing up. She starts screaming and everything, and things start to kind of go dark in the room.
Carbine.
Yes, and you hear her nervously in the dark part.
You remember how my transformation went, right?
Sort of, yes. I kind of was knocked out for the last part of it, but kind of know how it happened, yeah.
I just find it so strangely different.
Yeah,
I simply came in contact with one of these creatures that possess whatever liquid this is, but she was given something very specific, not just seemingly the same liquid.
Yeah, I wish I could get a better look at it. It looked like hair, or something like hair.
Well, from what we just looked at, it looked like some sort of organic material, didn't it?
Yeah, that's the hard part. She wasn't focusing a lot on it. She was trying to get out, and I wish we could get a better view of it. Suddenly, the room kind of goes dark as you see her body go limp. And you can kind of just hear this voice fading off. She passed out. too bad. And it cuts off. You guys are sitting in darkness. And Carbine's like, are you guys still there? Because even your night vision's not working in here. It's just dark.
Well, Carbine's still, like, grabbing onto my leg, isn't she?
Yeah, but she's just generally asking, you guys still here? Like, just to be sure. She doesn't. She's like looking around. She goes, it's really dark. Like, really, really dark?
I'm right here beside you.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Why don't you join Artemis up on my shoulder for the time being?
Yeah, and you can still feel her holding on, but you can feel her transformation change, and she climbs up your leg and gets onto your shoulder. You start to see a memory come back around, and it's not fully focused right now. You see it slowly coming into focus. You notice she's in a cell this time. Well, more like an observation cell. It's a little larger. She feels different. She's laying on the floor, but you notice she's looks different. You don't know how much time's passed, but you can see some bots walking by, checking on her, like doing a checklist off on a tablet. Inform Shockwave, the subject is awake. And you see her kind of looking at her hands and her rest of her body, and then suddenly she sees the two tentacles moving, and she kind of scrambles back. And then she starts to realize, wait, these are part of me. And she's looking at herself. You hear that same thudding come around the corner and down. And, I see my subject has come to life. And you see her, what did you do to me? And she jumps forward, but she transforms almost without even thinking about it. She lands on the bars. The tentacles are trying to reach out. And he's just standing there with just very little space from the tentacle to his face. There's just like very little space. And he's like, knowing your reach, this makes it much easier. Time to start the other experiments. Put her into the training arenas. You see her become more feral-like in this state. And as the memory fades out, you start to see this start to spin again. You guys realize, Carbine's even like, we're not even in the hallway, and she's starting to do this more.
Shockwave had her battle these alien subjects. But to gain what?
As you do this, you see more and more memories, just her fighting constantly. You start to...
She's fighting the xenomorphs, I'm assuming?
She's not even fighting them. She's fighting other bots. But there's something odd about them. They look very similar in coloring to you. And they start to progress. And you can hear Shockwave's voice. Introduce other subjects. Let's see how she does against them. We can train her to follow commands. And you see these memories flipping to different things, but they all come back to the same type. They look similar to you. And he keeps putting them up and putting them up, and he keeps pushing her and pushing her, but she becomes more feral-like than she does Cybertronian anymore. And finally, there's the video clips of where you see what you saw in those, where she's fighting these things. Then she gets out. You can see from her point of view, her running through this facility, the one you guys were just in. You can see the xenomorphs, though. in her visions as she's running through. They're in tubes, they're in different spots. There's other creatures that weren't there when you guys went through, but they must have moved them. She gets down to a certain point, and it's like she just stops. And she slowly turns and walks back to a set of doors. She walks in, she sees mini cons, but she doesn't know they're mini cons. She just sees these tiny bots. They look changed and disgusting. You can see her kind of, you know, she's shying away from them. And then she turns and she sees another one hooked up to the same type of apparatus, but none of the fluid has been pumped in yet. She comes up, you see her, she's still in her form, her beast form, and she see her two front sets of paws climb up kind of onto the table, so the back set are still on the floor, and you see the tentacles, and you see this little snowy bird, and she goes, "He did come back and save me." And that's from Artemis on your shoulder. And you can see that her tentacles just grab onto the straps and rip her out and pick her up and wrap tight to her back to hold her there. And she takes off running. You see shots being fired, and then the memory cuts again. And then you see in one last memory, she's standing on a mountainside, kind of watching some bots, looks like, sift through some items. You can see this little thing up above flying around, disappearing and reappearing. And you can just hear her in her head, "Target acquired." And then it snaps and you guys are shoved out of her head. You're back at the starting point. Artemis is sitting on your shoulder. What did she mean, target acquired?
It's as I suspected. Shockwave didn't leave her completely unfazed. She has a deeper programming to eventually target me.
Well,
However, since we are fighting this first, we can attempt to at least nip this in the bud before it becomes a more serious problem. But we now will have to contend with what's going to happen once we do leave this area.
well, wait, then if she's been tampered with, what if I was tampered with? And she starts to look worried. Artemis, she's just kind of like, "I don't want to hurt you guys. You've been helping us. What, how do I didn't know, he starts kind of panicking a little bit, and it's like,
You've seen it for yourself. You didn't have the liquid injected into you in the same way. You were spared from the same fate that she was.
"Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Kind of making me, yeah. But what about her? She's not evil. She's not meant."
She's not evil, but she has been poisoned.
You guys are sitting there and you hear her voice, guys. "Oh, you guys are here. Meditation is very calming. I feel much more at peace." And you can kind of see her like materialize in front of you, like kind of walking toward you. And it doesn't seem real to her, so she's looking at her hands. "I feel so out of place. I feel like I'm in two places at the same time." Or split.
That
And
might partially be me. This is somewhat of an intrusion into your personal mind space. I open mine up to Carbine for when we do our mental training, but I use the help of Artemis and Carbine to enter yours.
wait, so you're actually here? You're not just part of the?
I'm
I understand.
physically, I'm in front of you, but I'm also inside of your mind right now.
Did you happen to find out anything that might help?
Yes and no. On the one hand, it merely confirmed the suspicions I already had. Shockwave didn't leave you completely well, for lack of a better word. You were not just poisoned in the sense of this transformation, but he did leave some suggestive programming to you.
No, and she takes a few steps back as she keeps saying, no, I don't. I thought I was done with him. I thought I was out. Why?
Am I able to... Can I manipulate the environment in any way?
Yeah, you're in a plane where you're all sharing at the same time. So you can actually, all four of you come in.
He wants to completely change the environment. He wants to
Okay.
move the surroundings to be in a more serene place. It'd be at the summit of a mountain, looking over a forested area.
She's kind of got her optics closed and she's squeezing them. You change everything. You start to see it swirl under your feet and everything around you. And it comes around. You guys are standing at the top edge of a mountain. You hear the wind blowing. You hear birds, animals, creatures. You see a beautiful forest. Some of the mountains out in the distance have peaks of snow. I don't want to hurt any of you, especially you. And she hesitantly about to say, like, your real name, you, Gilgamesh. Just, and you could kind of see her drop to her knees, and she just kind of, I didn't want this. Can't they just leave me alone? Why can't they leave me? And you start to see her optics and her coloring, and you feel Artemis kind of tense up on your shoulder. This isn't good. We might not want to be here. And you see her,
happening?
She's getting angry at herself and everything. I didn't want this. I didn't deserve this. I just have to accomplish the mission. And you see her tone, everything in this mindscape. Suddenly you see it snap. She's no longer there. Artemis is like, she's not in here now.
What do you mean she's not in here?
She's
her mindscape.
Not anymore. I don't think she's in her mindscape. You suddenly see in the distance a volcano erupting and ripping apart. And it's almost like you're seeing a fracture of her mind happening. And suddenly she's back, and that redness starts to fade. No, I will not become this. I will not become this. And you see her calming down, and you see that blue coming back. And she goes, I need to cut out of here. And Artemis, like, I think she means out of this. She's like, the whole gesturing, like, the whole memory, like, and she you're all snapped out of it. Carbine's like holding it together for the moment, and she goes, "Everybody out now." As she starts to come out of it, Sky is still sitting in the same position, and she's not moving. You guys all snap out of this moment. Carbine kind of falls over a bit, and "ow" is all she says.
Gilgamesh's eyes are locked on Sky just for any movement.
Artemis flips off of you, transforms real quick into her bot form. She runs over to Carbine. "Are you okay?" And you start hearing them beep a few times. And Carbine's like, "Yeah," like gesturing, "Yeah, I'm okay. Just, it was sudden." You see Sky start to twitch a little bit, and you can kind of see flickers of red here and there. But she starts to open her optics, and she's looking at her hands again, and you see them tighten up, and she suddenly goes full red in her optics, and then she's like, you see it fade back to blue, like she's breathing and calming herself. And she just sits there for a moment. And she's not looking at you, she's just looking straight out, like ahead. She's not even paying attention to anything. What am I meant to do that he has me do? And she's just kind of, "I don't want to do that. I don't want to do whatever he's telling me to do." And she's very adamant. She's very angry, but she's very calm at the same time. So she's holding it. Artemis is like, she's upset, sort of.
Sky, I don't know how he's controlling you or how he's transmitting these thoughts to you. Let's get you to medical. We'll do a proper scan. We'll try to find whatever it is that's causing this and remove it.
It'd be better.
He's got his hand on the hilt of his blade, though. He's ready for an offensive strike if she does happen to turn quick on him.
She slowly turns her optics to you. "It'd be better if I was locked up while you do it. If I'm gonna hurt anybody." And she slowly gets up. She leaves her swords. Everything is still sitting on the floor. "I'm going to entrust you with these for now. Artemis," and she looks down at her, "as much as you've been there for me, stay away from me." And she walks to the medical bay willingly. And she just kind of walks in there. She doesn't say anything else. And she's just she's really just set on, "I don't want to do this."
Gilgamesh looks down at her swords, just feeling a frustration that he just doesn't know how to help her in this situation. If it were simple psychological things that he might be able to help her overcome, that's one thing. But this is chemically induced. This is trauma. This is something that, as much as he may have dealt with in his own life, it's not something he's incredibly versed in trying to help others with. So he feels frustrated, and because he wants to help, but as much as he knows how to deal with his own trauma, he's not very good in knowing how to deal with someone else's.
Yeah, and as you're sitting there, Felix kind of pops and said, "Hey, not to bother you, but she just came in and said I need to be locked down. I don't
Felix,
really want
run
to.
a full battery of tests over Sky's system. She does have something left over behind by Shockwave.
So deep scan. But what about the lockdown part? And he's kind of pointing back in toward where she's at.
Accommodate her for now. She feels safer if she were at least in some form of brig. So accommodate her for now. At least until we've got the situation cleared for her. She's not going to feel safe otherwise.
All right. I'll engage the lockdown protocols on her. She'll be fine under them. Until one of you say otherwise, she won't be allowed out. But she understands this, which is weird. I'll do the full battery. I'll get in touch with Void Striker about possibly if we need to go deeper. And he kind of does like a finger to the head, like deeper.
He would be the one to ask on it, so I'll certainly take on his advice.
You got it. I'll keep you up to date. And he walks into the other room. He was like, okay, you can hear his voice. Very calm. All right, just lay down. You're going to be restrained. You might not like it. And you can hear, just do it. And that's it. The doors close. At this point, though, you notice on your arm console, it's beeping and flashing. Mostly flashing because you go into silent mode, so.
He'll tap on his arm console and just check his messages.
So you get about 20 messages from Void Striker and Overload. They want you to come play cribbage
Bitch, I
with
want to
them.
message him. I'm busy doing something else.
So you can get in contact with Void Striker, who's really eager to talk to you. Actually, you're getting in touch with both of them because they've contacted you for a specific
I have a
reason.
question for you, Matrix. How long was that entire dream sequence for him?
It wouldn't actually have been that long. It's literally you two contacted each other, and within a few minutes, he went through all that.
We're Cybertronians.
It's
an hour in the Mindscape is like less than a minute in the real world. It's nothing.
You guys, they were not in there.
I mean, I can pull on to the extended lore and tell you exactly the exact time difference if you like.
Oh my god, no.
I'm sure you could, but no.
No.
Well, I know, it'd be fun for me.
I know. But you get in contact with Void Striker and Overload. You can say hi to him.
Now you left me on red. We got some news from Ash. Going to meet up with. Currently meeting up with. Void.
Void Striker?
We're meeting up in Void's laboratory, since he is currently dealing with sensitive things.
Oh, with Addie.
I didn't.
Well, I'll come join you shortly, and then we'll just wait for Void Striker whenever he wraps up with his situation.
What do you mean? We're going to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna find you first, is what I'm saying. I'll come find you here in a minute, and he just cuts the call.
Overload.
And I just look at Void.
Overload. During this time, Addie's found you, and she goes, "Where's the head?" That's all she's asked of you. I need a sample. Okay, excellent. And you see her just go, and she's gone to get samples from it.
Careful of the screen.
She just stops. Oh, okay. And she walks in. See her disappear out of sight. So as you guys are going to meet up, Carbine's on your shoulder, Gilgamesh, and Artemis is still there, and she hasn't said much. Carbine kind of leans around. Artemis, are you okay? And she's not saying anything. She's just kind of perched there. She's not really looking anywhere. She's kind of just looking down, kind of straight and down, like a 45-degree-ish angle. She's just looking. She hasn't said anything. You don't feel her grip on you tight or anything.
This really isn't your fault, Artemis. You shouldn't blame yourself for this.
Carbine just leans around again. Artemis? And you just see some tears come from her owl eyes. And she doesn't say anything. As you walk through, she kind of flies off, doesn't say anything. She just goes through the doors, open up, and she kind of flies out probably toward the hangar direction. You don't know fully. She just knows she's headed that way. And you hear Carbine, Artemis, wait, where are you going? And she's just...
Let her go, Carbine.
But she...
She needs some time to process everything that's happened. And... frankly, we really need someone who's a bit more of a therapist.
Yeah, I guess so. So as you guys are making your way to the lab, Roydster, I forgot to ask you, what lab are you working on stuff in? Is it the same one you were sudsed up in?
No.
Okay. I just realized, I'm like, wait a minute, I never asked that question.
That would
Okay.
certainly hope not.
So, is you and Overload are, I'm assuming, in the same room, right?
Yeah, he would have been here long before
Yeah. So,
Gilgamesh woke up, so...
Gilgamesh, you walk into the lab, and you see Overload and Void Striker, and you see Void Striker's working on some interesting projects. How many pieces of armor were you fully working on for him, Void Striker?
Full body armor upgrade.
I'm going to say during this time, since you had it, I'm just going to jump ahead and say you've completed it. Because at the rate you were going, you're going to complete it fast anyway. So,
Well, the fact that I can't roll lower than a 14...
yeah. I'm going to increase your shit just to make it harder. For you. Just you.
He's got a DC
That
of
thing
30
is-
he has to beat.
Yeah. Pretty
The
much.
thing is, I've had these bullshit roll capable
I know.
tools this entire time. I just purposely haven't been using them.
I know, which I appreciate because at least it doesn't go too crazy. But Gilgamesh, you walk in, you see them both standing there. You see Void Striker's just kind of putting the last finishing touches on something on one of his tables. Oh. I had words and then I stopped. You guys take it from here. There we go.
So, just walking in, Gilgamesh will just kind of look to Overload, seeing Void Strikers working on something on his table.
Putting pretty
Catch me up
pink
to
bows
speed.
on it.
What's the situation?
As he's standing there, I'm just going to take the rapier I made for Carbine and throw it to her.
She flips up in the air, transforms, lands with it, superhero style, like Iron Man. And she's like, and she starts whipping it around while you guys are talking. Then she shoots a hole in the wall.
Gilgamesh would be a bit surprised that the rapier's got a blaster attached to it.
Yeah, she just looks slowly up at you. Thank you. And she's grinning. And she's like, shing, shing.
You're gonna have to take a lot of time to practice with that one.
I'm now gonna tap the table. This is for you, Gilgamesh.
He kind of looks down at the table and kind of seeing its armor. You got some pretty lightweight material here. He kind of taps one of the armor pieces, just kind of testing its tensile strength.
Yeah.
I designed the armor to specialize in your area of expertise, stealth and scouting, from what I've seen.
Oh, I definitely do need to be lightweight and efficient.
Its defensive capability should not be any less than standardized armor.
Now, I guess my question is above game is, would it stack with my mage armor?
This armor will attach to you. It will mold to your body. Void Striker, what specific type of armor is this again? I mean,
Technically, it's would be classed as light armor, but considering how subterraneans work, technically it'd still be unarmored.
okay. Well, more of is it more like a nanotechnology armor that will form fit? And
It is form-fitting, yes.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. You guys can discuss other things while I'm doing that. Give me a second.
Well, I mean, if it stacks with the mage armor, I mean, that will make everything much more effective for me.
Yeah, your mage armor is one thing, but this is something else that's attached to you. So I'm just give me a second. Yeah, give me a.
So the answer to your question, Dave, is yes.
So what is your current AC right now?
So my normal AC is 13.
Normal AC, not with mage armor when you can equip that, right? Just 13.
With mage armor, I get my dex bonus added to that, so that brings me up to an 18 because it's a +5.
Okay, so with this armor, if I did the numbers correctly, it will add to your AC. And we're not talking a low number either. We're not like 2. We're talking 4.
You've also got to, add that.
But it's going to add to your AC, increasing you up to a +4 more. Yes, I was doing number crunching and doing a lot of fun. I'm giving a little more on it. So your armor is lightweight. You still retain your stealthiness, and you have a bit more AC now with it on. As long as you keep it on your body, it's not going to decrease anything else really. It's only going to add. So you have a bit more armor now.
All right, so my AC is now 17.
Yep.
Okay.
But you're not losing anything. So that gives you a bit of an advantage now to not get the shit kicked out of you so easily. Even with your mage armor, you can really square up to them because you guys have been encountering a bit more stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, if we add everybody's defense boosters, I now have the lowest AC.
Yeah, I did that on
because I can go to 22
Mhm.
with mage armor.
I can go from 18 to 18. I have no bonuses.
Yeah. So now you've got that bonus to you. And Carbine's like, hey, this stuff really fits you really well. And she's kind of looking at it and she's like touching your leg and she realizes, oh, sorry. I better stop doing that. As it molds to you, you can feel it shrink down and like wrap around you a little tight, but then you don't really feel its weight at all. It's very nimble, very quiet. You take a step and you barely get any sound out of your footsteps. So you will have it also an advantage on your stealth at all times. Unless there is somebody there, but
just kind of like testing it out a little bit. He'll just kind of take a couple nimble steps in the area and just do like a little bit of a jump test, just kind of feeling it out. Just admiring the fact that like even though he's applied additional armor to his body, like it feels like it hasn't really affected it in the least.
Nope. Yep, you're perfectly able to move around. Addie comes back in with the sample and she looks, ooh. And she walks over closer to you. And she runs her hand down your chest, feeling the plate armor, and she goes, this is very nice. It looks good on you, too. And she turns, I'm assuming you did it? Looking at you, Voidstriker.
I assume you would recognize his craftsmanship.
Oh, yes, I would. And she runs her finger down your chest. Very nice. Very smooth. And she kind of rubs her fingers together for a moment, and she goes, this suits you. But I got to run some analysis on this. I may have something that you can use, but it's going to take me a little time. And she walks away looking at the sample, and she stops at you, Overload. I didn't damage your trophy much. And she kind of just, yeah, walks away with it.
Speaking of, where are we at with this alien thing?
Before that, I believe Overlord had something to tell us.
Yes. Ash, I got contact from Ash on the status of the Prometheus, as well as the status of her. And we also apparently got a bit of what's it called? A bit more noticed.
Noticed how?
And which I'll pass over the data that Ash sent over to me.
I would like to go through this data thoroughly.
I mean, it's a video, so hey.
Voidstriker, you're going through it really detailed. You find some really questionable stuff. You don't know where that came from, but no. No, I'm kidding.
It Overlord accidentally sent me his homework folder.
I have homework.
Oh my god.
Perfect response.
I can't tell if...
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it at that. Anybody who's listening, if you know what that means, shut up. Oh god.
I know what I was saying. But at the same time, it would be something Overlord would say. Would it not?
Yeah.
Again, perfect answer.
Oh, you got me on that one. Oh, so you guys are skimming through this. You see all these communication logs of lots of activity. You see some of the images of this. You guys have seen this seeker looking picture. You know it's one of those. You don't even have to roll perception, investigation. You know what it is. You see the detail enough to go, yeah, that's one of those seeker ships that attacked us. Attempted to attack you. Rephrase that. As you guys are combing through it, you're seeing there's activity that seems to be attacking ships a little further out here and there. There's a few communications that you guys do notice that seem to be coming from the voided area, because Prometheus and Ash can kind of directly know where some of the signals are coming from by triangulating a little bit. But you know, some of them are coming in and out. They're a little you can't make them out. You don't know what they're saying. Voidstriker's looking through the homework folder. Addie is working on the little project over, and she goes, it sounds like you all have your hands full. So do I. This project is going to take me a little bit. And as you are all three looking and listening to this, Kiara kind of walks in. Oh, here you all three. The perfect bots I am looking for right now. And she stops by you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, yeah, I looked up a lot of that information, and we decoded some of it. Those creatures you ran into down there, they're part of one of his experiments, such as he's trying to meld them with other creatures somehow. The details are kind of messy. It mostly works with biologicals, but he has been, and she kind of pulls up some data information, and she's showing it to all of you, so you see this. It looks like he's trying to splice it even with CNA. And trying to get it to where it's not just organic fully, it's a combination of both.
Well, whatever that form is, it would certainly be terrifying, to be certain.
Yes, from the data we pulled, there are certain things here, but it looks like he has left that hidden station of his for quite some time. It looks like not long after, and she looks around. Sky got out that he shut that place down. Speaking of, where's Sky?
She's in medical at the moment.
Oh, is she okay? And she doesn't know what's going on right now. Neither does Varish. They don't know she went in and put herself in lockdown.
She did have a remnant left over from a shockwave.
Oh.
We're having her fully examined to see if we can localize what it is and hopefully get it removed.
Oh, okay. What about Artemis? Is she okay? And you see the little one is sitting on Kiara's shoulder and just kind of sitting there. And you see that
is feeling pretty rough at the moment.
You see the little one just stop and take the lollipop out of her mouth slowly. Slowly, she turns a little head, and you see her. She beeps a few times. Void Striker, you would hear her, and even Carbine would hear this. It's like, I'm going to find her. And she literally jumps down Kiara, slides down her chest plate, down on her side, and she jumps down so fast. You think she's going to fall and just smash herself, but she slides down, lands. You see, all you hear is this, like,
she's in medical.
And she runs off to find Artemis. And it's like, that's all you hear is little feet. And Carbine's like, I guess she's going to look for her.
It appears so.
I'm sure Artist could use the company right now. Even though I know she really wants to be alone.
Well, we'll make sure we can run a scan on the station to find her if need. That's if she's in the station. Aegis is still sitting on your shoulder, Overload, and he kind of... It can be hard when things are kind of going crazy. But, yeah. Kiara chimes back in, but a lot of this data is revealing that it looks like he's trying to build some kind of army for sure, of something. But for what reason, we don't know.
Well, I feel like that's, at this point, one of the more obvious statements. Right now we need to figure out where he's mobilizing or where he's working out of. So far all we've come across are dead ends or abandoned laboratories. Nothing he's really had active, at least within the last few solar cycles.
You suddenly hear across your comms, everybody's comms. This is Varish. Guys, you need to get up here to the comm station now. Something's off. And he cuts off. Kara's like, that's unusual.
Let's get going.
Yeah,
I'm immediately gonna make my way there.
so you guys all head there. Pretty much everybody's there from the station. You see Steel kind of at the back because he's big, like you two are, but he's bulky or big.
I would like to roll a sleight of hand thing here real quick,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Okay, go for it.
I'll explain why after I've rolled.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for that.
Alright, as we're walking in, I'm going to grab the Scraplet Scamper and slot him into my little drone slot.
Okay. You do that real quickly and real sly, like, without Aegis spotting it.
That's why I wanted the sleight of hand roll.
So you guys all make it there. Even Addie stopped what she was doing and she comes running in. She's like, Varish is sitting at the center console. This is like your star chart navigational for the universe that you're in. You guys can see planets, stars, and you see Varish standing there. And he's not at his console this time. He's at the center. Kiara's like, Varish, what is it? What's wrong? He goes, I noticed something odd in the star charts when I was watching for you guys, checking on locations of our allies, and he looks at all of you. There's a few things missing off of here. And he flips a switch, like, or he presses, literally presses a button. You see it flicker, but it doesn't really change. You don't see it. He hits it again. You don't see it, do you? And he's dead serious. Kiara's like, what is it? What are we looking at? And he points into the hologram. It's 3-dimensional. And he puts his finger right on what should be a small planet. Now, this is close to the void, but he puts his finger right near it, and he presses the button again. It's gone. He presses it again. It's there. And he does the
How'd you
same
find
thing.
this discrepancy, Vash?
Communications. Something wasn't right when we were getting some communications from certain places. The signals don't sound right. And he points again near the void, but down in another location. It's a small planet. It usually contains small humanoid creatures, very primitive like. And he taps again. You see it disappear, and he hits it again, and it reappears. He goes, this is of a few cycles back. I didn't notice this until, and he presses it again. You see 3 dots near the void disappear.
Vash, have you cross-referenced this with the ancient star logs in the station?
And he goes, these are the logs. He goes, this is the latest one. He goes, hang on. And he walks over to one part of the console. He goes, he rolls it back slowly. And you can start to see the dots reappear. And he goes, now, if I let time play, but I'll speed it up. And he starts it. You can see within, say, a year of each other, these planets are disappearing. 3 planets have disappeared. He goes, the only reason I caught it was because this last one down here, some of our allies are over here. And he points to the planet in the diagram, like the 3D diagram. And he goes, the signal usually gets warbly or bent as it comes through every time. The last 2 times when I was checking on him, it didn't do it. And he
So the gravitational field has disappeared.
Yes. And he goes, the way it works, it shouldn't do that if the planet's there. And he goes, the weird part is why? And he goes, I haven't got to that part because I've just noticed this scan and I noticed these were missing. I haven't got to the why they're missing, though. And
Are
what's
these
happened?
the only ones you found had disappeared? Or have you not had a chance to go through the entire log?
He stops and he looks. I got this far. I am still scanning every one of them now, and it's taking time. This is a big amount of information. So far, they're all near the void. The other one, any other planet close by, is further out from it. So, unless they're traveling out further or doing something with them, I have no idea until it shows on this chart. So it's going to take me time to show you here and there. And he presses the button again. He goes, this was then and now. And he goes, so far it's just the 3.
Perhaps we should take a closer look.
Varys just kind of looks at you. And closer look. You want to go out there?
Perhaps having a more detailed scan of the area might help us predict further movements or help us track what happened. Because if the planets were destroyed, we'd still have some gravitational anomalies.
You guys notice one of the doors opens and Drift kind of floats in his turtle form. Sorry, dudes. I was busy with the hammer. What's going on in here? Because he just floats in, not realizing what's happening.
Current working theory, Shockwave is abducting entire planetary systems, or just the planets themselves.
Dude, that's not really... I mean, is it possible? But the fact to move an entire planet, its gravitational field will be immense. Smaller one may be a little easier, but dudes, that's not really... What do you... Wait a minute. Missing planets, like they're gone, or are they just not showing up?
Gravitational interference with radio signals is no longer happening in those areas.
That doesn't sound right. He kind of comes down to the map closer, and Varishka points at them and flickering back and forth. And he notices the time log, and he goes, do you guys notice the planets? And he's kind of just
disappeared.
Well, they're particular planets. He kind of floats over and he kind of points with his nose at one, the middle one. He goes, this one didn't have much, but it had an energon supply on it. It wasn't the greatest, but it had energon. If it's still there,
with him just bringing that up, I'm gonna go over to the console and quickly activate it. I'm gonna have like little glowing dots show up with every known like Decepticon or Autobot energon cache that was throughout the galaxy on planets.
You see the dots light up. You see dots light up where those planets should be. And you see Drift kind of, whoa. But if there's no planet there, how's the dot still showing up? Unless the planet...
These are the known location of energon storages from the Civil War.
So is it possible he's taking planets that hold energon on them?
Most of these energon caches were energon being seeded by both the Autobots and Decepticons for emergency uses. So the only way to extract it would be to either eliminate or take the entire planet.
And considering it's Shockwave, what's stopping him from just doing that since he's not really aligned to either side currently?
The most logical thing that I can understand is he's taking the planets because it's very illogical to destroy the planet and remove the energon seed from the planet. The seed's still there. More energon can be produced naturally.
We already know he's producing a massive army, and he's gonna need the energon to basically run such an army. And if he's taken 3 of these planets that are with energon caches, he's amassed a very large sum of energon.
If
It
he's
might
done
pay
that,
to pass this information along to the guilds to keep an eye on the ones that are left. This is not even a complete list of the energon caches. These are just the ones I'm aware of.
Well, if we can even still retrieve some for our own use, that would still be to our benefit.
If you send the guilds to these planets, send not only a mining team but a security team.
I'll pass the information along. In the meantime, should we go out and investigate the disappearance of these, or should we make a move to mobilize?
I'd say investigate first. Mobilizing without enough information could be deadly.
I definitely agree on.
Barish looks at all you. It just so happens we have someone nearby, and he points, and you see a little dot, and it highlights and comes up larger. You see it's Ash and Prometheus. They're close, but not real close. And
Getting the help of Prometheus should definitely be the right call. His Titan class scanners should give us more information. Phoenix has good scanners, but not the type of scanners we need.
And you hear over the comms, "Hey, you know I was listening."
I can upgrade your scanners later when I've got time, if you like.
Okay. Fine. You notice he's getting a little attitudey at times now. It's like he doesn't talk very often because he's just doing analyses and stuff like that.
That's actually very coincidental. Ash is currently setting up the transport station for us so we can easily transport from here to there.
Varys just like, we can set up a direct link that would cut down on how much power we have to put out to run a full bridge right now.
If need be, we have some spare black station technology here that we can install on the other side to help it keep shielded and undetected.
I think that's what she and Prometheus have been trying to do, but if anything, having more technology over there would be more beneficial as well. I'll get into contact with Ash and then have her warm it up.
Then I'll go get steel and start transporting cargo onto Phoenix.
Varish kind of like, very well, I'll get back to the data. I'll keep you updated, all of you.
Pretty sure it's steel in storage, isn't it?
Yeah, he's in storage. He likes moving stuff around, organizing stuff, and also he does do some forging and that.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember if it was steel or not. I just went on a limb and said steel.
That one that's in there. There you go. Sometimes I've had to write their names down again because I can't remember them all the time. So
Don't you have our the names on all the tokens that you can see on the GM layer?
Yeah, but I don't look at it all the time. I'm lazy, okay? Leave me alone. Plus, I have so many that I lose track too. So
that's fair.
But you guys are preparing. Kiara kind of looks over at you, Overload and Gilgamesh, as Voidstriker walks out. Well, it looks like you guys are going to go on a little road trip. And as you do, you see the little one kind of walking through, like, And Kiara kind of reaches down, kind of scoops her up, and she's like, and she beeps a few times. And you see Kiara's like, I'm assuming you didn't find her. Little one just shakes her head, no. So, and Kiara just kind of sets her back up on her shoulder.
Just let you know, Matrix. While I'm also in the storage, I'm going to collect my high velocity explosive rounds to go back up to 6.
Woo! Reload time. You would do that anyway while your guys are here because you've gotten your rests in and all that stuff. You'd reload. Hey, you think Addie's not going to reload you? Oh, man. Jesus Christ. I got to shut up.
What can I say? She likes my explosive loads.
God damn it.
You set it up. I used it.
Yeah. I know. I wasn't even trying.
Gave him the
God
softball.
damn it. This is why it's 18 plus. Oh, God.
You have no one to blame but yourself.
Yep. So Phoenix kind of maneuvers around a little bit and gets set up for the bridge. And you guys, Varish gets a hold of Ash, and you guys can hear her across the comms while you're sitting in there. And Varish is like, Overload, Ash is on the line for you. And she, you hear, Overload, you there?
Yep.
And she goes, hang on, let me see if this thing, Prometheus, how does this work? Oh, press that one. Beep. Oh, hi. And she waves. You see his 3D hologram of her. And she goes, hi. And she goes, well, I've got the bridge kind of worked up. Prometheus told me what I needed to do. I'm not great with all that kind of stuff, but he managed to get it up and running. It'll give you a solid connection. It might need some work when you guys get over here, but you can get here.
We're going not to worry. We're going to be sending some tech over there as well to support, so that way it can last longer.
And you see her look over. Yes, Prometheus would appreciate that much because he's still not full up on a lot of his systems. There's a few things still, and she kind of does her hand like wavery, not working right. But it'll be good to see you again. I mean, in person, kind of just like, yeah. And we'll have everything going. Prometheus and I have started scanning the sections that Varish pointed out. You think there's a planet missing? Or two?
Most likely multiple.
Oh. Yes, Prometheus, that is bad, isn't it? Yes, he even agrees. He's only seen planets get destroyed from asteroids. One was a supernova. Wait, you saw a supernova? When? Never mind. We'll discuss that later.
Most likely the planets in question that are being taken are the ones that have energon caches, from what I've been told.
Oh, Prometheus says he can run a scan for that. Just to see if there is energon still there.
Yes, one seems to be close to both you and Prometheus, so that's where we're going to be beginning our search.
All right, I'll get the space bridge up and running. All you have to do is just connect and it'll fire up. You'll enter into his one hangar.
All right. Then I'll tell the others that it's all warmed up then.
It'll be good to see you again, Overload. I'll see you then. Bye. And the arms cut. And Varish is like, whenever you guys are ready to go, we can punch it in and it'll fire up.
All right. Everything's good on their end.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Phoenix is sitting ready, and
Gilgamesh is just gonna
also
go
go
check on Sky real quick before he goes to board the ship.
okay. What are you other two doing? Voice Striker, you got your armaments, and
putting Black Station technology in crates
Yeah.
to go over, as well as a bunch of extra scamper drones, like the ones that I left for Phoenix and Ash already.
all right.
So they help with maintenance and maintaining Phoenix, because Ash can't do it alone, and a single scamper unit can't do it alone.
Prometheus has a certain amount inside of him, but it's not designed to get into The smaller areas of him.
Yeah, like the scampered units can.
Yeah. So, with that, you're loading up. You're getting help from Steel, and a few of the other bots on the station are helping move with lifts and stuff. Overload, are you going to Phoenix to prep him too, or are you doing something else?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if
Okay.
we're gonna be going in through Phoenix, then yeah, might as well get him up and running as well.
All right. So you guys are heading off that way. Gilgamesh, as you head in, you're going toward the med bay. You go through the training room, and as you do, you kind of hear a voice. It's going to be hard for her, isn't it? You can't see him, but you know somebody's in the room with you. Even Carbon's like, Artemis? And you can slowly see this form kind of come out of the darkness, but it's almost like the light bent around her, and she kind of shows her form, and she's in her bot form. She kind of walks out. Her optics start to light up so you can see her eyes. It's going to be hard for her, isn't it?
If I'm being honest, then yes, it's already hard for her.
The
road she walks is not going to be any easier.
She's never told me to go away before. She's always had me stay close.
It's nothing personal between you and her. It's more personal between her and I. We don't know each other, and yet we have probably one of the most complicated relationships you could ever imagine. It's not going to be easy for her at all. But she has to find in her to accept the world around her. And that well, the trauma that she faced is going to be one that she has to confront and get through. You may have not known her very long, and frankly, I haven't known her very long either, but just knowing what was done to her under Shockwave's scalpel, that will take her a very long time to heal. And if I'm being honest with you, Artemis, I'm not even entirely sure I can help her with that.
I just haven't been alone with. I don't know. I'm alone again. I feel alone. I know she means well, but I don't feel it.
I understand, but you do have a home here with us. She may want to be alone right now, which I can understand, but let me talk to her. I do at least need to speak with her before we depart.
You hear another voice from the other side of the room. Even Carbine's like, oh great, now we got another voice in the room. Wait, Nyx, are you here? And you see her, she's in the light. She shimmers out, her wings and everything, let her uncloak, and she slides everything back. She walks over to Artemis. I will watch out for you. It will be okay. We're our family here. We are mini-cons too. Why don't you come sit with them? They would love to hear your stories. And you would love to hear what they have to say. They miss you just as much as anybody. Artemis kind of looks up, big owly eyes, tears running down her face. But I'm just a simple transport bot. I didn't do anything special. Nyx kind of picks her up, lifts her up. She almost looks like a little baby in her hands, but she's not that small to her. And she goes, everybody has their purpose. When we needed something, you would bring it right away. Don't you think you were not important either? But I'm no scientist, and she points to her carbine, and I'm not a guard like Aegis is, and I'm not an engineer like Drift is. And Nyx, stop it. You know who you are. You are just as important. And she looks up at you, Gilgamesh. I will watch over her and make sure she's okay. And make sure she understands that she is always a part of this. And she gestures to everything and everyone in the base itself. And she goes, have a safe journey, as she touches your new chest plate, and she goes, and she taps where the minicon symbol, we're always with you. And she walks away quietly, carrying Artemis into the other room where the minicons are.
He gives Nyx a slight bow as they move away.
You guys continue on your way to the med bay. As you see the doors open, you see Sky and every part of her strapped down to the table. She's in a contained area. You see Felix kind of working carefully, and he keeps talking to her. Yeah, I remember the days we did a lot of things too, but we're going to make sure you're okay. And he stops as soon as he sees you. And I know somebody else will make sure you're okay as well. We'll make sure you're fit. Don't worry. And she kind of just staring at the ceiling in the position she's at. I hope so. I don't wish to hurt anyone. Especially him. She doesn't know you're in the room. She's like oblivious to it because she's just staring at the ceiling in her own world. She only hears Felix because he's talking. And you see Felix.
I'm glad your head's at least in the right place.
You're here. I can't really move my head to see you. And Felix
we'll walk into her field of vision.
Felix kind of goes, oh, here. And he kind of taps a button and it kind of tips the whole bed so she's more upright. I hate that you see me like this, but for everyone's safety, especially you.
Well, until we get the matter resolved with what's happening in your body, then we'll be able to get you free from this and back to normal. I did want to just stop by and let you know we're going to be departing here shortly.
Oh, okay. Well, you have a safe trip and journey. Can I ask, is Artemis okay?
Artemis is kind of taking your situation a little, well, if I'm honest, about as hard as you are.
Oh.
But she's being helped by Nyx, and she'll be okay in time. But I will also tell her to at least come and talk to you as well.
I told her to stay away from me. I didn't want her near me.
You should at least have some company, especially if you're going to be sitting here like this.
Felix has been keeping me company, talking to me. I mean, just in case, I kind of didn't want anybody around, but maybe it would be good. I have a question for both of you. You
Go
can
ahead.
feel each other's feelings, right? Like, feeling?
Carbine and I?
And Carbine
Yes.
kind of looks and is like, she shakes her head at the same time you say yes. I can't feel Artemis anymore. Carbine kind of, you feel her tense up, but she sits up and she's in her clerical form. She hops over to the console where Felix is and she presses the button and she tips Sky almost standing straight up almost, but not fully. She's still at an angle. And she hops back to your shoulder and she looks and you can hear her optics changing. That little whirring sound. We'll worry about that later. It might be nothing. I'm just checking on something. And she kind of nods to Felix to put her back a bit. And Sky's like, oh, okay. Maybe she's just not wanting me to feel anything. Okay. Just please check on her and make sure she's okay.
She's in good hands with Nyx. I trust in her, and she'll be perfectly fine.
Okay. Have a safe trip around.
We'll be back soon. We're
I'll-
going to check on something that recently happened, and I don't really know exactly yet, but we're going to investigate it. But we'll be back soon.
Okay, well, I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere.
He gives a gentle just touch on her shoulder again. Just rest now. We'll take care of everything.
Yeah. Okay, and she just kind of closes her optics, and Felix kind of looks over. I sedated her actually before you guys got here, so it's just kicking in. Good timing, and he
Just
slows.
just a little tap on her shoulder again, and just turns and starts to head towards the door.
You do that, and you hear kind of.
Let me know if there's anything, if there's any major changes.
So far, I've got a deep scan going on her, but I haven't found anything. Your systems, being what they are much more complicated now. So it's taking a lot of time, and he puts his hand on your shoulder. I will let you know immediately if anything goes up or changes.
Well, hopefully we're not gone too long, but we'll be back here hopefully soon.
All right, safe travels. And he just turns away and goes back to his stuff.
Yep, and he's just gonna continue to the door.
All right. All of you are meeting up at Phoenix's cargo bay door. Phoenix is sitting there ready, and he's like, so are we gonna kick this thing, or are we gonna just sit here and watch the gate go open and close, open and close? He's getting really...
Wait on everyone to get on board first.
The moment I arrive, I'm immediately getting on.
You walk in, Overload, you're standing there. You see Gilgamesh walking through to the hangar and coming up to you.
He's just checking his weaponry as he's making his way across the hangar to the ship.
Well, that seems to be everyone then.
You got the triplets on board with you, along with, I think, Blend. I've always had him with the triplets. Yeah, what's up? Shoot.
I just kind of forgot about this.
Mm-mm.
The Dark Star Saber.
Do you want to go get it?
I would like to go check on it to see if it's fully charged. And
I
then
will
if it is, I would like to bring it with.
I've been waiting for somebody to ask about it because I'm not going to say anything about it.
It just popped to my mind. I'm just
Yeah.
like, wait a minute.
Can't ask about it. I don't know where it is in character.
Yep.
I will tell you, it's been sitting in one of your labs charging up because it's a very unique item, and you've been analyzing it this whole time because Addie's been fascinated with this stuff. So,
What
Gilgamesh,
Addie's doing, I don't interrupt with her research.
Yeah,
That's her
she's-
field.
yeah, she's playing around with stuff. You walk into the lab, you take and go into another spot. You find Addie standing over in another spot with the acid stuff, and she's like, "Oh, hi, Gilgamesh. I thought you guys were going."
I had to grab something real quick. I just remembered.
And she goes, "It's over there on the stand. Just lift the cloth off. It should be charged." She already knew what you were going to ask. She's standing there. She goes, "It's the only thing in here anybody's interested in right now." By the way, it's fascinating.
We'll have a discussion about that later. But thanks again. And he grabs a sword and he'll attach it to his side and he will immediately take off.
As you pick it up, I need you to make a perception check, though.
Perception. Oh my.
This one's there's a lot of perception in
You
this
wanna-
because you got
what
to
I'm
perceive
excited
it.
Yeah.
about this session. You know what I'm excited? This session, I might actually be able to talk about the Dark Star Saber in a character.
As you pick it up, you do feel a noticeable change in it, like a little more. It's almost like a staticky feeling you kind of get, like you're getting a charge from it or
Instead of
something.
charge.
Yeah, it's like you're feeling that charge from it, and it's like, ooh. So you slap it on. What did you say? Your side or your back? Forgot what you said.
It'd be my side because it'd be like in a two sword, like a two long sword
Oh, okay.
kind of a position. Because I'm gonna have my katana with, and then the Dark Star Saber is just gonna be like acting like as a second saber on the same side.
All right. As you walk back out, you head toward the hangar, and I'm just going to have you hop into Phoenix, and you have Overload and Phoenix, Void Striker. Phoenix is right there. He is Phoenix. Void Striker is standing there, and they see you walk in. You guys don't even need to see a perception for this or to even do anything. You see that saber on his side. You guys go.
Hello?
Well, it's fully charged up now, so figure it's a good time as any to make a test.
I haven't seen swords as intricate as that. Would it be alright if I had a look?
He's going to copy it over and over. No, he can't.
He'll pull it from his side and he'll extend it out to him. Hilt out to him.
I will grab it.
As you grab it, I need you to make a perception check.
Whoa. Perception check.
Has to be pretty high for you, too. You don't notice anything.
I don't have a fucking minicon to get advantage with this shit, unlike these two.
Well, I was gonna say, could I give him advantage since I know what it is?
Oh, fine. I will let you have advantage, big baby.
I'm helpful.
Yay. Teamwork.
Overload, you do notice it changes. It changed when Void Striker took a hold of it. Like the coloring kind of shifted.
Oh. It changed.
It went from kind of almost like a reddish. What was that? Sorry. Something in the other room going on. And it went from that to more of almost like a deeper purple for a moment, but it's not dark. It's just kind of like a lighter coloring is all it is.
Didn't Overload grasp the sword at one point as well?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think I have.
Or no, did you? I thought you did.
Yeah.
I know.
No, you have touched the sword before.
Did he?
Have I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because at
I
one
know
point, like,
Gilgamesh has. I know
You
that
did it over in the
Carbine.
training room when Gilgamesh was trying to figure out what the sword is, and you just wanted to hold it for a bit, and it changed size drastically for you.
Well, I know Carbine held it as well as Gilgamesh. I don't remember myself holding it.
Yeah, it turned into a
I
giant
don't
sword
remember.
when you held it.
No, it actually won't change size. That's the one thing it doesn't do. It's not supposed to change size. It actually remains
Then
one
what?
size.
well, because I remember someone else. Because I remember when like above game when it happened. Like, because
Yes.
I rolled a
I'm
nat
trying to-
20 when I was holding it, and then someone it was either overload or maybe even I don't
It
remember
was-
if it was carbine.
I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure it was
had
Carbine because I know Carbine held it.
Someone
before.
asked to hold it, and
Oh.
then they were also like deemed worthy or whatever, and
It was
they were
Carbine
able to
touching
hold
it.
it.
Carbine, yeah.
Yeah, it was Carbine
No,
touching
Carbine.
it. That's right. He never actually touched it. Like held
I
it.
haven't touched it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
just
Sorry,
remember
I forgot
someone-
guys did too. I was like, wait a
someone
minute.
else
I
did.
thought for a second though, I was like, I thought Overlord you did hold it one time, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's
wait
what
a
I thought
minute.
he did too.
I'm like, wait,
'Cause I
no,
thought
he
he
didn't
was-
actually hold it. He was there, he was going to, but he never got the chance to. I think that's what it was. I'll have to actually
I'm
check.
pretty
but-
sure he has touched it. I may not have held it, but I'm pretty sure
Well,
he's touched it at least.
Okay, I'll fix this right now, and actually, it's not even a fix. I already had this.
No, I kind of remember now. It was that I was somewhat deemed worthy. Like I was told like I was acceptable or something. And it
Yeah,
took me off.
Because
I
yeah,
remember
like
that.
well, I rolled the nat 20, so I was like, yeah, like I was instantly in. You rolled high enough
But
to
I don't-
like
I don't-
be.
I don't remember.
you were like acceptable then. Okay, we can do that because I can't
Oh, yeah,
remember
it's 'cause-
fully the
'cause
detail
I
on
was-
that.
It's because
Oh,
I was.
yep. Hang on.
Although I am good, but in the eyes of the sword,
I know it's a
I
few
am
sessions back,
bad.
but yeah.
Okay, we can go
Like,
with that.
I was
I'm fine
deemed-
with it. But you know,
Yeah,
it's the
it's like,
first
I
time
remember I was-
Void's.
I was-
Yeah, so
I
it's
remember I
okay.
was
Yeah,
upset
you
about
were.
it, too.
That's right. You were not fully deemed worthy. I thought it was Carbine that was. I know she
I
touched
fucking
it.
I'd have to
but-
go back and
I was-
re-listen to that scene, but I know it was like
Yeah.
more than a few sessions.
Ah,
back.
you know
was
what? We're
deemed
gonna go with it.
acceptable, but not
Yeah.
worthy.
Yeah, as
And it made me mad.
Gilgamesh was acceptable, or not acceptable, but worthy. You
I
were,
nat 20 that bitch.
yeah, you were acceptable, and since that's happening, because I already had this plan to roll it, I just need you to roll me a d20 for it.
What, me?
Voids, yes, Void Striker, please roll me a d20.
Nice.
You
18.
Now I have
Here-
a question. Would this be classed as a check?
Why do you ask?
You know exactly why.
Nope, it's just a roll of a d20. That's all this is. I'm not even gonna give you that. You don't even need it, so shut up.
Dare.
So
Don't
you
fucking dare.
you
But
rolled.
I have some brand new uses.
Shut up. No.
New session.
So as you hold the sword, you hear the voice come across. Worthy, but questionable.
It speaks.
Of course I
Intriguing.
speak. And it starts talking to all of
Say
you. You guys could hear that.
It's
Of course
responsive?
you can hear me. I speak, yes.
I didn't think.
Do you have a preferred designation?
Do I not already have one?
This is the first time I've encountered you. I do not know what your name is.
I am the Dark Star Saber. You may call me Saber if you'd like.
Fair enough.
So you're actually able to speak to us then?
Currently, Carbine and Aegis are like, are you guys talking to each other or something? And
Okay,
even
I
Carbine's
believe
like,
the
Talking to
sword
us.
might be speaking to us telepathically.
no, they
But
just
it's
cannot hear me.
Intriguing.
so we're able to hear you, and you're able to understand us. Then I have a bit of a bone to pick with you.
Well, if I had bones, you may be able to pick one.
Mind elaborating last time when you said I was acceptable?
Well, no offense, but you're not exactly up to full standard on what I can do. By the way, thank you for charging me, whoever it was, that one lovely bot that was in there. By the way, is she
Speaking of
single?
Eddie,
By the way, is she single?
I'm gonna slightly increase my group strength on the handle.
Okay, I take that as not single.
Wait, if you mean acceptable, do you mean size-wise then?
No. Just in, well, you.
What the hell does that mean?
At least you got a definitive answer. I'm questionable.
Rather
Yours.
strange personality for a sword.
Oh, yes, the worthy one. The one with great talent and speed. Stealth? A new serving type I could get used to. But you all three are pretty interesting. And Void Striker, I need you to kind of make a strength check.
Alright, strength check. Whoa, this is an actual check this time.
I'll give you a check on that one, yeah. Do a strength check.
Nat 1.
Alright, specifically
Come on,
check or
net one,
saving
net
throws?
one.
They are different things.
No, I need it to be a check.
It's an
With
18.
with a
and you know what?
disadvantage.
Bec-
With a
because I can.
disadvantage. God damn you. You feel the sword kind of try to maneuver like it wants to point toward Overload, but it doesn't move because you're holding it tight. Excuse me. Do you mind? And he's talking to you, Void Striker.
I'm just gonna give the sword back to Gilgamesh at this point.
You go to give it back to him, and the sword flips up and points straight down at the deck of Phoenix and just hovers there, slowly rotating. Carbine and Aegis, are you guys okay? You guys are talking funny. And Carbine comes up and starts to touch it with her paw, and she goes, "It's the sword just floating there again. It's doing something weird. Are you guys okay? You're like talking to each other funny."
Saber, I have an inquiry for you.
Aegis and Carbine are like, "Who are you talking to? Who is Saber?" They're like losing it a bit.
Carbine. I believe you do know where this is another mini-con, correct?
No, this is something else. It's kind of mini-con-ish, but it's not. And she's really looking over it. This is different. It wasn't fully charged the last time. And she kind of touches it again. She goes, "I don't get it."
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Star Saber of our universe two mini-cons that pair together?
If we check the database, it's 3.
Hang on. Sorry, my phone was kind of going on. Dang it. That's throwing me off now. Sorry, where we were doing? I have lost myself.
Talking about the Star Saber of this dimension.
Oh, okay, sorry. That threw me.
Yeah,
Minicon.
as
Star
far as we
Saber.
understand it,
No.
that
Wait,
the Star
no.
Saber of this universe is multiple mini-cons that combine.
That's sorry. You guys are right. My apologies. I am so distracted by my phone at the moment. This is why I hate technology some days. Stop messaging me.
Yet you're doing a
Stop answering
campaign
the
that is
phone.
nothing but technology.
Answer the
That is
phone.
nothing but technology.
Yeah, this is different. Shut up.
You'll game
I
on your
enjoy
phone.
this. Just problems. That's all. Different problems. Never mind. Nah. So I will retcon that. We'll rewind here a little bit. They don't understand it right now because it's only communicating with the three of you because they were deeming you worthy. So they're the only three that you're the only three so far. See, Carbine never actually held the hilt of it to actually communicate. These guys are communicating a little differently than these three are. Oh shoot! What did I just do to my pen? Great.
Well,
I'll forget it.
what
The
Gilgamesh
pen's
is
broke.
bringing up, though, is that if this is a counterpart to the Star Saber of our universe, then by his logic, then that would mean that
I might have screwed
this
this up.
Dark Star Saber is also a mini-con or
Yeah.
a combination of mini-cons.
And I created this thing a while ago. I believe you to be correct. Oh, you sneaky bugger! I found the page.
Found it.
My paper was folded up with another
From
one.
my
So
understanding is that this is a different
Okay.
dimension version because
it is a different dimension version of it, but he is correct. It is 3 mini cons. I do apologize. I messed up.
It's just the knowledge
It's-
of history.
And
Yeah,
okay.
'cause
He knows the Star
Voice
Saber.
Striker was
Never
about
mind.
to.
Oops.
That's what Voice Striker's inquiry was because he's got himself the Dark Star Saber, and I have an inquiry from our dimension about him.
Okay. Yeah, because this is. Hang on. Let me flip that paper up now that I have it. It is the 3 mini cons, and I apologize. They do understand him. Them. Excuse me. Keep calling it. It's one item, but when it's. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
It's
Don't
a
mind
combo
me.
item.
I'm screwing things up here. I'm just like,
It's the triplets, just in a sword form. I guess.
yes, yeah, but they're a little more powerful than the triplets are because they're just a little turret. But they are also tools. Actually, they are pretty powerful. I mean, they were shredding up somebody the last time. So, but anyway, yes, this sword is spinning around, and it's not spinning fast. It's just rotating slowly. Phoenix comes across the comms. Are we going? Do I close the hangar door, or are we hanging out with this sword spinning in my hangar bay? He's just like up there.
Gilgamesh will just take the sword and
I haven't
reattach
finished
it.
talking to it yet, boy.
You guys can talk to it in flight. It'll be very short.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we take this on the go?
Yeah,
We're
can walk
in
and
Phoenix's
talk.
hangar. You can literally just go up to the cockpit, start flying, and we can finish our conversation down here.
Phoenix can pilot
Walk and
himself.
talk.
So Phoenix, Varish comes across. He goes, okay, opening up the space bridge. Phoenix is like, prepping. Hang on. And you guys are still in the hangar bay, so he's just kind of, literally, you're not going that fast. You can see through the portholes and stuff. He floats forward, and you can feel the ship kind of shimmy as it goes through the space bridge. Have a good trip. See you back here soon. And Varish cuts off. As you guys are sitting there, this sword is interestingly talking to you, all three of you. Specifically, Gilgamesh, you're holding it right now?
Yep, it'd be back on his side, next to his other sword.
And you hear its voice. So are we to expect to be used in combat at some point? Because it would be really interesting to get in a little fight time. You three seem interesting. Would you care to intrigue us in some questions? And if this sword is actually just kind of posing questions
I
to
do
you.
believe a member of my party here has many questions for you as well.
As you say that, he kind of lifts off your side and floats over, still kind of sword end down toward Void Striker, because I know he wants to ask questions, and he stops in front of you, Void Striker, and kind of floating there, hovering. Ask away.
Yes,
you
cat.
see-
Hello.
What is a cat? That's what the sword's gonna ask now.
The thing that's currently bugging me. Come on
Meow.
down.
Love me.
Meow.
Love
Come on,
me.
get down.
Meow. Love me.
Thank you. Anyway, she's done.
Want
Anyway,
pets.
where were we?
You're getting asked to pose questions to a sword, or vice versa.
Yes. Okay, so first question I have is relating to you, because I've seen a Star Saber before, and you do not look like the one I've seen before. Assuming you're a completely different entity or classification entirely. But there is another sword in our dimension that shares the name with you, and it's a crystal of Unicron's blood.
Hmm. Fascinating. Am I better looking though?
Design-wise, you are more pleasing to the eyes.
Very nice. But you said Unicron. Interesting. Hmm. We don't seem to have to deal with Unicron in our time. He is dealt with in different ways. This other saber you speak of, is it a Dark Star saber? Or like myself? Or is this a different kind of saber?
There are two sabers. There is the Dark Star saber, which is a shard of Unicron's blood, and then you have the Star Saber, which was wielded by one of the 13 Primes.
Prime. Last time I was held by a Prime. Interesting. And you see it start to move around. It kind of like drifts toward Overload a little bit. Interesting. It looks like it's pacing. Fascinating.
For context, I'm gonna do two holographic displays of both the sabers I'm talking about.
And you see this saber stop spinning and looking at the images. You see it move over. You guys are standing there, and suddenly you see it transform. The top part, the hilt, everything comes off the top of it, lands down to the ground. It's an elaborate looking little bot. The next one transforms, comes off, lands next to him, has more sharper details on the edges and that. You can see that it has the blades and the sides and enhancement on it. And the last part is the tip of the blade itself, which lands and looks very sharp and pointy, but is very eloquent and in a way, how do I put that? What's the word I'm looking for? They're very sharp looking, like nice looking. The middle one stands up, and the other two kind of stand up in unison behind, off to the sides of him. And you can see the crystal embedded in his chest, like that's part of him. And he stands there and he goes, "This is fascinating. This is what we look like." And the other two kind of mimic his posture, but then they kind of stop and they look around and they're like, interesting. And this middle one just keeps talking. Do these still exist in your universe here?
Unknown, these are both considered lost weapons.
So were we. But somebody found us.
There would be evidence if the Star Saber, I'm gonna look at the Prime Sword, bring that one forwards. If this weapon were to be destroyed, there would be massive evidence of it being destroyed. It is one of the strongest sword-based weapons that I know of from our history.
Well, next to me now, since I'm here.
And for the Dark Star Saber of our dimension, if it were destroyed, the location where it would be destroyed would be irreversibly corrupted by Unicron's blood.
That is true. Unicron's aftermath of such are very destructive, unfortunately. And he kind of walks and paces a little bit. Well, this is interesting. So I am not part of your universe then, for sure. Or
The
am
thing that
I?
intrigues me the most is I'm going to take the two holograms and overlap them. You look awfully similar if we overlap both holograms.
You see him stop and he's just looking, even the other two bots, and you can hear them like saying something, but you guys can't make them out because they're very quiet. And he's standing there and he looks up. That would explain a lot. I keep saying I'm from another universe, but technically I'm not. Maybe. This is interesting. And he steps back and you see him nod for a moment to each one of the bots on each side of him. The first one, the second one, they both transform back. You see the blade, he transforms back and he hovers over and he starts to mimic the speed at which that's rotating slowly. And he looks, and it seems I am identical to this. And he floats out of it slowly. So I am a combination of both.
I think if you are a combination of the both, I think a more appropriate name than the Dark Star Saber would be Cosmic Star Saber.
I do kind of like Cosmic better. I sound all-inspiring.
I only say that
Joking.
because the normal Star Saber is theorized to have the blood of Primus in it. And if the blood of Primus and Unicron are together, that's Cosmic Energon.
That sounds kind of like what my system is capable of handling. It keeps them kind of separate, maybe. I don't know how I fully work inside of here at times, but the way my systems are, I can unleash, well, devastating power, especially when in need. But I've been discharged for so long that it took a while to charge up, which I still appreciate from all of you. I can do so much for so long, but then I need to recharge again.
That ends my line of inquiry. You said you had questions.
Well, when you found me, and he kind of floats. Gilgamesh, are you still down there, right? Or did you go up to the bridge?
Well, we would have moved up to the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he floats over to you. Good. Okay, so Gilgamesh, he floats over to you since you found me. I've been in that vault for a long time, but I didn't have enough power to communicate with you. Now I do. I will thank you for what you've done. And he floats back to the middle. If we are here, and I am a combination of both, that means those two are found, correct?
Possibly. You may be a combination from a different dimension entirely, meaning ours are still out there lost.
Is there a way
When
to
we
tell?
When we returned to the Black Station, I believe one of Gilgamesh's companions, or friends, acquaintances, whatever you'd like to call them, has a device that could potentially detect if you're from another dimension.
I would like to know that. Just so I just know. I don't want to be an imposter in a sense. In a place.
Even if you are from another dimension, you are welcome here.
I appreciate that. And I will serve all of you well. But for now,
the first one, so.
But for now, I will rest and wait. When you need me, and he reattaches himself to your side, Gilgamesh, carefully. You know where I'm at. And he kind of just powers himself off a little bit. He's in like standby, but he still hears you.
By the way, I'm saying this out of character. I'm really happy that I got to have the conversation about the Star Saber and the Dark Star Saber.
Actually,
I
I was
like
really
both
glad
those
too,
swords.
because that's a nice touch to it. I was like, ooh, that adds to it. Nice. Okay, thank you.
Because the way you were describing the sword was, it
Mm.
literally sounded like the Star Saber and the Dark Star Saber had fused into one.
Do you like my sword? I'll give you a copy of it. Because I've been trying to figure these little pieces out for you guys, so that's why I'm trying to remember. And I forgot they were 3 mini cons, because that's what I have written. All my pages need to be redone too, because I've torn up a few.
I know when we were
Still
doing
missing half a page.
with Void Striker Resurrection type, we were talking about the Dark Star Saber, and I was just going on a full lore dump on the Star Saber and the
Yeah.
Dark Star Saber while we were talking about that. I think that's where you got most of that from.
Yeah. So you guys are coming through on Phoenix, and you see on the other side the hangar. Phoenix isn't going through fast, so he hasn't launched himself through like a slingshot. He hasn't been shot through it. He pops out on the other side and comes in, and he slowly lands in the hangar of Prometheus. And as he lands, you can see the bridge lines up with a platform, and you see Ash there waving at you.
The moment we land, I'm going to grab the crate full of the scamper drones, and walk out with it.
You see her coming down the set of steps off the platform, and she comes down running to the hangar. And she goes, "Oh, I'm glad you guys are here. It's so great to see you." And Overload, you're coming out. She runs up to you. She goes, "Oh, you got way bigger."
Yeah, that would be thanks to the transformation.
And she kind of gestures, she kind of runs back over to the platform, and she goes, "Come on over here," and like waves you over closer, because now she's at your level of your head now instead of down your ankle. And she goes, "It's really good to see you, Overload." And she kind of reaches out and grabs a hold of you and hugs your head. It's about the only thing she can grab a hold of.
I'm going to put the crate down. I brought a gift for you and Prometheus.
"Oh, Prometheus!" And you hear a lot of boom, 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 boom. Oh, great. Now you're communicating in music tones. Okay. Yes, he's happy that you brought them too. He's very appreciative of all the work you've done. And she gestures.
I'm immediately going to open the crate and activate all the scamper drones.
She goes, "Oh, what are those?"
To help with maintenance and other stuff around Prometheus.
Prometheus, more hands. Oh, he's happy. Never mind. He's good with it. As long as he.
We also have technology from the Black Station to help with Prometheus staying off radars.
She comes running down. She hops down. She's gotten pretty proficient about bouncing around in Prometheus, and she's a part of him in a way. And she goes, "This is excellent." She kind of pulls herself up to look in the crate. She goes, "Is this for the space bridge? This is for... Oh, we need that definitely up and running. That will fix some of the power fluctuations in that section."
And you'll probably need this. I'm going to grab a device off my hip, kneel down to her level, and give it to her. This should help with energon generation.
"Oh, that is excellent. Oh, I know where we can put that right now." And she goes, "Oh, well, come on, guys. Phoenix, you can get recharged up off of Prometheus. He's got his cells running. You'll be charged up in no time." She goes, and she leads you guys up through the promenade and everything. You see where you kind of all sat before. And she goes, "Oh, we're going to go up to the bridge area."
Well, technically, this is the first time I've been here. I never went with them last
that's
time.
right.
I was too
That's
busy
right.
repairing.
"Oh, you're busy with repairing." So you're getting to see all this beautiful blues, golds, and titanium, like polished, and it's a huge area.
Voice
is
Striker
what you're
being
saying.
Voice Striker, as we're walking, I'm just going to be scanning Prometheus to make sure all the damage is being repaired correctly.
As she's walking, you don't need to do that. He can tell you if he's getting repaired. He just kind of keeps walking. She's not even looking at
It-
you.
It's a force of habit I will not break. I'd rather be thorough.
And she goes, he said he appreciates it. And you still see this massive ship. Now, Void Striker, you're seeing all the quarters that are empty down the halls of the one section. You could see other areas where they look like rec activities. You see the training areas. And she goes, here we are. We're going to head up. She goes, hop on. It's a lift. And you guys get lifted straight up. And you guys get up to the bridge area, which is the main part of him. And you step in. It's a little dark at first, but the lights all come on. And she sets down the one component near her one console station where she sits. And she goes, all right, so Prometheus and I have scanned a lot. I've taken up some of the scanning parts and tried to rule out the energon. We're not picking up any energon. So she picks up the mapped area and they show a scan of it. Not the best scan, but all we got it looks like an asteroid field.
Prometheus, Ash, do you mind if I direct link into your scanners?
A little port pops up and reaches up. He says yes.
I'm gonna connect to the scanners.
As you do, you can see all this. You see it in almost like you're reading it right off the scanner right now, fully. And Prometheus is pointing out, and she goes, for the rest of you, she brings up the 3D map of it. And you can see this debris field. It's massive. And she goes, it is consistent with a planet size that was there, but it's reduced mass. We're not sure if it's still a planet. But if we...
I believe I know what happened here.
What do you think?
I believe Shockwave perhaps might have cracked the planet for the energon, as well as other rare materials.
Oh, that's what I was coming up with too. See, and she brings up a 3D model of what the planet should be there from previous scans. And she goes, if you reduce the mass and you do, and it shows almost like a click, click, click. But it's no sound. It's just...
This is very sloppy work for Shockwave. Perhaps one of his underlings getting a bit zealous with orders.
Well, it was a rough concept of what I was thinking might have happened, but I wasn't sure.
It seems like a very accurate possibility.
It kind of looks...
Maybe he's in a rush.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Gilgamesh. They came in real quick, got what they wanted, and left in a hurry. And it seems like the other areas might be the same way if we get a better scan of them.
Did you manage to pick up any energon trails, engine trails, or anything?
We did pick up some unusual activity with Energon. Some of it does kind of go into the void, but not in a direction we thought might be. But that might be because they're trying to load up and move it with something larger. We're not sure, because something seems to be blocking the scans again.
Do you have a rough direction? If so, display it on the map. We might be able to predict where they're going.
They bring it up, and she goes, right there. And it just happens to be in the right vicinity from where you guys have seen a planet that's in the void, along with a large possible station attached or floating above it somehow.
I don't think that's supposed to be there.
That's not a moon.
We are going to need a lot more firepower than we currently at our disposal to siege that. If we attempt to do it even with Prometheus, I fear the damage to Prometheus might be critical.
He agrees. He may be a Titan, but he's not built really for that kind of fight. I mean, he can fight. He's got armaments, but he's more for planet settling. We're not.
Gilgamesh, you're more of a tactical mind than me in these situations. Would you agree with this assessment of mine that we perhaps would need seekers of our own to help us see to this?
I see two different approaches to this. On the one hand, completely agree. We could come in with a lot more firepower. On the other, if we can somehow sneak inside, get a better lay of the land, and to figure out what's active in the station, we could lay out a much more detailed assault against the station. But it's risk reward.
We could also go with the third option, which is a combination of the two. Infiltration team disables defenses. Prometheus comes in with an attack force.
Well, I guess the question really is now, do we want to wait and send a team, or do we want to try and go and really go do it ourselves?
I have a suggestion for that. There is now a space bridge successfully here on Prometheus, fully powered, that connects to the Black Station, and you can get in contact with the Guild. The Guild can send attack force to the Black Station, then be relayed here to Prometheus, where we infiltrate to disable the defenses. So the attack force can be built up while we are doing our infiltration mission.
Seems pretty sound to me. Just looks to overload. Any input, soldier?
I mean, I
Smash.
actually use my commander, my commander knowledge. I'm joking, but I do agree
I think the
with
both of us are
being-
just staring at you, just like, yeah.
But I do agree with getting more allies on our side. Although the guilds are definitely a formidable force, getting more is no in no need like is in no way optional an optional adversary we could possibly get. Getting more seekers would definitely be more beneficial. And considering formal ties that I have, we could potentially seek out seekers that might be favorable to join us.
Another force we could potentially recruit would be the Junkions. Even having perhaps even one or two with us infiltrating. Their ability to disable and completely strip systems is unmatched by anybody else in the galaxy.
Well, I don't disagree with you on them stripping parts. Them being stealthy, I
Is
have my
actually
doubts.
easier. They can separate themselves into parts. Yeah, I'll be there in a sec. They can disassemble themselves temporarily, and we can carry them in as the infiltration team. I'll be back. Gotta go bring in shopping.
Hmm.
I have my
And
headset on, so
with-
I can still listen.
Yeah, and with the seekers, although that it will be from the Decepticon forces, there are most likely some that are willing to see eye to eye to our views, or taking out a threat that would annihilate the entire universe as we see it. There should be a few eyes that might agree with us.
True. The only issue I have, though, is that being ex-Decepticons, how many of them might be conscripted easily to Shockwave's side?
That is more or less on the faith of their eyes on us. If we seem more favorable, then they'll fight for us. But if we do not cede to their standards, then we might be very well handing Shockwave more allies.
At the end of the day, we need to have someone lead the Seekers, someone we can trust, and someone that they can also see as a valued leader, and someone that other Seekers can follow.
Yes, with Seekers, I don't feel like I would be a good commanding forcer. Although I was a captain, I don't think I'd be best suited.
They have a different personality type all their own, so I understand where you're coming from. Unfortunately, we're low on time and options, so we're gonna have to trust them on this one.
If all I need to do is be convincing, then I'll just try and be convincing.
Well, I don't really see any other way we can go about it, at least in such a quick time. We might be able to call on Velocitron, but I don't know how quickly we can get someone from there on such a quick notice. So, I guess the real question comes down to where can we find a group of Seekers who might be willing to work for us?
Ash
Well,
is
with
just
at least,
listen to you guys. Mm.
well, at least with my knowledge, I know where a few military bases were positioned. I could potentially see if I know if there are any nearby ones from the star map.
Ash kind of chimes in. Oh, yeah, we can pull that up from here real easily. I mean, he flips a couple of buttons and the map shifts around. Because you're looking specifically for flying types? You call them
Flying types would
seekers?
be, yes, Seekers, which are flying types, would be preferable. Getting more forces in general would be beneficial as well, even if they're ground units.
You see her pull up and it's almost like she's doing a search for it. And she comes back with data on it. You see the map lighting up a couple of spots. And she goes, that one is, oh, that's the one you guys were talking about. Velocitron has some. They're not really contingent of them.
What I miss?
They're hiring
Well,
seekers.
we're
They're
going
trying to
to
hire.
attempt to hire Seekers.
So get in contact with the seekers that I raced.
Breaker 19, breaker. No.
What's going on?
Because
Yeah.
they're the ones that are on Velocitron. I know they weren't Seekers, but we did come across some military forces in a mining field that liked me, and I'm not sure if they're still active. I think I saw their signal. The real question would be if they're in range.
Ash just, if you're saying this out loud, Ash just looks at you, kind of tilts her head. Do you realize who you're in? Look. Just, we're in a Titan. With communications.
Counterpoint. This is the first time I'm in a Titan.
And she goes, we can communicate with just about anybody if we need to within a certain amount of range. And there's a couple of these places that are in range. the one that's further out may have seekers. It's not really giving me clarification if it does. But Velocitron would be a good start if you ever needed to.
If anything, if we need to split up forces, then we can set some people to go out to Velocitron, where we're most likely to get allies, while another force could be heading towards another area to potentially get more. And since the Seekers on Velocitron seek you more favorably, Void, you'd most likely be going there as well.
They
I don't
love
mind.
Void Striker.
I also
As
have
for
an
the
in
other-
with the spy network on Velocitron. We might be able to get a few of the Seekers within their organization as well.
Wouldn't you be better off going to Jungle Planet? See if you can get some primal heavy hitters.
I was kind of thinking that might be more for our big dino friend here.
If we each go to a planet, you can go to Cybertron. The guilds, heavily favor you. Overlord can go to Jungle Planet, and I go to Velocitron.
Then it seems like we have our order of plan then.
Convincing forces.
Little divide and conquer.
Ash is sitting there listening to all this, and she goes, I've been out of your head for how long, and this is still confusing me. But if it's to stop whatever's coming, because there's a lot of radio traffic, and she flips on a few switches, all the monitors, you could see different conversations all over the place about weird things popping out of the void, coming out, and then going back in. Some are we were attacked by something, and you can hear all these broadcasts going on. Different things are happening. Creatures that have...
I'm still connected via the link to Prometheus at the moment, yeah?
Yep.
I would like to ask him through that link if he would like some additional onboard security.
You get a response immediately back. Yes.
I have scraplets that you can command. They will not eat you. Don't worry, they are safe.
He just
Do you want
question
some
mark.
for onboard security?
You get a question mark, and then you get scraplets with question mark and surprise.
I'm going to send him a little blueprint of the safe scraplets that I have.
You get a response back after a little bit. ... Acceptable. ... Okay.
I'm also going to point out that he technically has one on board right now.
Question mark.
I'm just going to give a
Okay.
little diagram that it's in my drone slot.
Oh, he's like, okay. Sure.
Alright, anyway. Sorry for the interruption. Continue, Matrix. The thought just popped to me. It's like, how scary is that? They attempt to board Prometheus only to be eaten by scraplets.
Oh my god. You're cruel. I like it. Let's do it some more. Let's get this done. Get somebody on board to be chewed up. No, 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 no. So Prometheus is sitting there, floating along, and you guys are hearing all this radio chatter, though. You can hear that some of the planets are even getting weird things that pop up here and there. Weird creatures that suddenly are there. Some people either are killed or something. Their sparks are missing off of Cybertronians. Creatures are just slaughtered if they're organics. And then they disappear. You hear Ash kind of just turns everything off for a moment. And she goes, this is all we've been hearing is lots of different chatter. Some of it is nice to hear that, yeah, traveling through space, everything's fine. But most of it's been like you guys did something, and it's caused a craziness of all this happening now.
I assure you that it's not something that we necessarily stirred up, but is the direct result of someone being denied their prize. And that prize, most likely, would spell the doom for all of us.
Doom on you. Just give me a second, guys.
Do, 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 do. I'm surprised I don't hear the doggos.
Or for me.
Oh no, from him actually.
Very appropriate.
I just had to break the silence somehow.
Sorry, what was that? My mom was talking to me. The scamper drones will definitely help with that. They can get into incredibly small areas. I would suggest prioritizing installing the stealth parts we brought along.
Well, then I suppose we should make our way to the space bridge then. Guys, it bothers me who's going first, but I'm going to Velocitron.
Going
I'll
to the
go
primal
first,
planet.
and I'm going to Cybertron.
I mean, you guys. Thank you, and I will proceed to walk through.
I guess that'll be me. What was the name of the primordial
Jungle
planet?
Planet. So they're called
Just
Jungle Planet. Yeah.
Then for me, it's the jungle planet. I'll show them the planet that I'm talking about. Yeah, so I'll have an area that's close to it, but not like directly on top of it, since I don't want to scare them. That that will work. Yep. And which I'll head towards the portal. I'll turn on back. See you on the flip side. As I'm just gonna hop on in.
Yep. Well, looking at the map, I should be able to find where. Yeah. Yep. So he's looking at the map, and he's looking to be dropped off somewhere near where the Koga headquarters would be. I just give Carbine a quick look, just making sure she's ready before I step through. Alright, and then we walk through the portal. Yeah, because we're each gonna have to have our own segment pleading our case to like, hey, you gotta need to come help us out, you know?
Indeed.
Some easier than some.
Yeah, I can already tell I'm gonna have the easiest walk in the park on this one.
I mean, I feel like mine would be easy enough.
I've got the hardest.
Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely.
you're gonna have the most challenging for sure, because like mine.
Yeah, yours are definitely gonna be the
Considering
most
nobody
challenging.
in this town is gonna recognize me straight up.
Yeah, and I have a lot of clout and reputation on Cybertron, so.
There's
And
only
I
one
and I
person
at
on
least
this.
have.
There's only one person on this planet that I expect to recognize me, and that would be your spy friend. And not because of
Yep.
my look, because of how I act.
Because at least with the jungle plant, I've gained the favor of a few, but not all of them.
You also gained a girlfriend.
But
Suppose
you are Alpha Beast.
well, not really. I've really proven that.
I'm sure she's just waiting for you to prove it to her, man.
You doing the Arnold just made me think of the Conan line.
You mean the
What is best in life? What is best in life?
So I can definitely say I still have a lot to prove to the tribesmen. I've taught them how to fight, and defend themselves.
That would be the best. So what are peeps gonna go do now?
Look so
Or we can
pretty.
play some Goose Goose Duck so I can go kill Dave. And then Mercer. And then
I'm not
Matrix.
gonna lie, I have I'm the one I go back into Duck Duck Goose. I just don't feel like doing it.
Come on, why not?
I just don't wanna. I want to play shooty bang bang games.
No, I want to gaslight people, come on.
But democracy.
Screw your super democracy. Gaslighting Incorporated.
May the common cold guide your heart.
We'll see you next week. Get some sleep.
Vibe. Just vibe.
I think we're good.